Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. And bore da pawb. Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be with you. This is the second webinar we've done this week. You're probably aware that the grand plan was to have training, face-to-face training this week, but we are living in exceptional times. I don't think anybody's quite lived through times such as these. And so I'm very grateful to Hub Cymru. They've rearranged stuff, and we've all sort of worked out a way of doing these trainings online. And to be honest, my work, because I work quite a lot internationally, the trend has been the last 12 months or so that there's increasing use of tools like Zoom so that we can do training in remote places. I don't think we ever planned it for these circumstances, but yeah, we're making the best of the situation. And of course, this is exactly how we are supposed to behave. So yeah, I think out of adversity, we've got a good solution. So for today, we've as has just been explained, we've got most of the day together. If you need to drop in and out, if you've got childcare issues, if somebody comes hammering on your door for some reason, or if as Andrew said, if you've got to take a call, don't worry about that. Join as much as you can. Okay. So we will, who was it? It was Sue that was asking for an introduction. There is a little introduction slot in about 5 minutes, Sue. So I'm going to run through a few things now first, and then we'll do the introductions. Okay, so the course is Safeguarding Essentials for International Organizations, and that is for organizations that are based or registered in the UK that are working overseas on international development or humanitarian work. If you know me, you will always know that at this point I tell the story of my lovely colleague in North Wales, Paul, who many years ago I asked to go to a community development workshop, which was held in a hotel, and the hotel was also hosting the Barclays Bank annual conference. And he went into the wrong room, and he was so embarrassed that he was in the wrong room, he stayed there until after lunch. Well, that was a story he told me. Probably, in retrospect, the food with Barclays Bank was a lot better than it was in the community development workshop. But that's my long-winded way of saying that this is the course, and if you're if for some weird reason you're on the wrong course, even then you're welcome to stay. Okay, so that's great. So my name is Richard Powell. A little bit about my background. I'm an old social worker, childcare social worker, and I moved across to international development, 1997, something like that. Previously been in childcare and the probation service. And then from about 2000 onwards, I got more and more involved in child safeguarding at Save the Children. I became the global director for child safeguarding for Save the Children UK, and then later on Save the Children International. So I was responsible for child safeguarding in the end for about 120 countries where we had presence, 30 member organizations, and about 60 large country programs of work. And then about 2.5-3 years ago, I set up my own little consultancy. I thought maybe it was time to slow down. And I set up my own company, and of course, more or less immediately after that, there was a great deal of interest in more initially child safeguarding, and then it broadened out to be safeguarding as we know it now. So that's what I've been doing. I've worked with UN agencies, Red Cross, Red Crescent, some of the big agencies, and also some very small agencies. But all of them trying to get to grips with a safeguarding environment, if you like, that has significantly developed and significantly changed in recent times. So that's a little bit about me. And I've done some training for Hub Cymru. I did some last year. We did training in Swansea, Cardiff, and Conwy last year. And so we're doing this series now. Okay. So when we're doing the face-to-face training, there's always a lot of ground rules to go through. One of the ground rules on face-to-face training is what do we want to do about laptops, and I try and encourage people to put their laptops away. So please do not put your laptops away on this occasion, otherwise we will be stuck. Kath has taken you through the basics on Zoom, and really please, we did have some really good interaction and some discussion yesterday, even though it was a webinar. So please don't be shy. The thing we've all learned really by doing the training is that we do learn from each other's experience. So this isn't, you know, like a petrol filling station where you know, we fill the car up with knowledge from the petrol station. This is a session where we hope to have interaction and people sharing their own experiences and their own knowledge. The other thing to say is that safeguarding or safeguarding breaches, when safeguarding issues go wrong, it's some of the worst behaviours that people do to each other. So it very often would involve abuse or exploitation or bullying of one sort or another. And of course, there could be an emotional triggering as a result of that. And in any group, it's quite usual to find at least one or two people who've either been directly affected by abuse or exploitation themselves, or are close to somebody who has. So this is a training course, and it's not a support session. So the advice is generally not to share any sort of personal experiences of abuse. But if there has been any triggering, or if you want to discuss things, usually the way that we deal with that is to have a word with me individually at the end of the session. Okay. I also mentioned that we encourage people to say if you've dealt with a case, a non-personal case in work, if you want to share that, that's fine. But please remember to keep the details confidential. We don't want to be able to identify, you know, if you've dealt with a case. So that would be good. And we keep what's in the session quite confidential. Apart from, of course, whether if something is clearly a safeguarding breach and hasn't been reported or should be reported. So that's the limit on confidentiality. Yeah, so I've mentioned, you know, we really would encourage you to join in and discuss and ask questions throughout the day. And at this point, I'm going to ask you, are there any other specific requirements, and anything that sort of ground rule sounds a bit formal, but any sort of approaches that you want us to use today that would help you? Yeah, so over to you now, folks. Is there anything in particular that you want? No.
No. No.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Remember, as we go through, yeah, just let me know. I, I do training, well, I used to do training. I should say I used to do training all over the world, and I always warn people about the Welsh accent. And surprisingly, I have very few pushbacks. The only place the accent has been a problem was in London recently. So yeah, if I am speaking too quickly, or if you don't understand what I'm saying, just let me know. Well, I was once identified as being Jamaican. That was the best one where people got the accent a little bit wrong. Okay, let's move on. So the purpose of today is it's an introductory session. Okay, it's to share the fact that what we now regard as safeguarding has changed for organizations like yourselves. So we're talking about international organizations working in international development or humanitarian responses. The variety of work that's done from organisations based in the UK is fantastic. It's really brilliant. The different sorts of thing that small, sometimes individuals, sometimes volunteers, sometimes big organisations. It's a really broad group, so that's fantastic. But the nature of safeguarding has changed significantly. So the first thing I'm going to do up until coffee break, really, and I'm looking at my clock now, I think coffee break is likely to be about 11:05. Yeah, probably 11:10, something like that. So I'm going to do a quick whiz through how we got to this point. What is this history of safeguarding in this sector? And of course, the important thing to say is that if you're aware of safeguarding in the UK context, safeguarding in this context is significantly different. Obviously, there's crossover and there's some similarities, but it's quite a different beast, really. Yeah. So we look at some of the key issues around abuse, exploitation, and harassment. We'll have a look at safeguarding risks. We'll look at how the roles and the requirements for roles and the responsibilities of organizations, how those have changed and what they are nowadays. And then right at the end, I'll let you loose on, I've got a couple of case studies from my own safeguarding experience that I'm going to let you loose on and see what you think about those and how you'd respond. And I guess the thing to say in that and in all of this, there isn't a daft question, there isn't a silly answer, there's no silly response. I had a lovely colleague, we were on a committee together, and he was a professor, and right at the end of the session, he'd usually say, "Oh, I've got a very basic, simple question to ask." And I could see the management team sort of quaking in their boots when Professor Eric would raise his simple, fundamental question. And yeah, those are always the tricky ones. So please, folks, if you've got a question, just ask. Okay, onwards. So this is the bit, say, where we come to introduce each other. So I move my head out of the way. There you go. Okay, so this is the section where we try and work out what actually we are talking about. What are we actually talking about in terms of safeguarding? And when I went to school, if somebody in the class asked a difficult question, the teacher would say, Richard, that's a really good question. That's your homework for tonight. Come back and tell us tomorrow. So we're going to use the same approach. I'm going to give you all individually 5 minutes to work out what does the term safeguarding mean for you. What are the themes and the underlying issues? What are the differences? And I want you to talk about a recent media issue that identified those, okay? So you've got 5 minutes starting from now, and then we'll come back together in 5 minutes. So what are we talking about in terms of safeguarding? What does it mean for you? A media issue and any themes or underlying issues for you, yeah? Is everybody clear? Everybody happy?
Yep.
Okay, off you go. You got 5 minutes, so just past past. Lovely, thanks. Okay, so how is everybody? Good.
Yeah.
So the people who joined, let's start with Trevor. First of all, Trevor, could you say who you are, where you are, and what you do, and why you're on the course? You know, what you're doing, and then tell us what safeguarding means for you and your media issue. Over to you, Trevor. Unmute yourself. Trevor, you've got to unmute. Oh, Trevor, can you? Okay, stop. Trevor, stop. Okay. Right. So Trevor is really helping us out here, folks. Right, Trevor. I'm really sorry we missed all of that. I'm sure he was absolutely brilliant, right?
No, I was asking how the hell do I unmute myself? But I don't, you know.
And a big year as well. It was like
assistance. Now, responsible assistance assists people with disabilities in disasters all over the world, not exclusively to Africa, but if there's a big disaster somewhere, we do our best. Now, Fursha means independence or freedom, depending which part of the country you're from in Swahili. And there's an area of, well, many areas in Africa, if you've travelled there, where they have it's a very nasty culture where if I'm a man and I have my partner, wife or girlfriend give birth to a disabled child, very often I would leave because it's my dignity, you know, my manhood is at stake. So there's a lot of single mothers in one particular area of Kenya where we're working, and so we've been working since about 2013 in this particular region. Wazy miles from Nairobi, and mobility elements that we provide some education facilities from schools. 10 kilometers from where sporting facilities, so children can stay there a week. so they're able to get an education. And those children are growing up now. And we're now on this FERSHA initiative. And the FERSHA initiative is we're forming cooperatives of disabled people and their family actually begin little enterprises, so they can create some sort of sustainable future. And these are pretty varied. They a lot of little bits of land, bits of they might have a couple of goats or cows or grow corn or whatever to group together. And my reason for being here today is we ran a pilot for to look at the feasibility of getting this done and selecting three organisations throughout this region. And it's quite difficult work because these are very remote. And we were funded by joint funded by Africa. I don't know the names of these technical things, but they're called these grant things. And we're now, well, we were before this virus was messed things up a little bit. We're just about to start the get these operations up and running properly.
Okay.
And I've applied for funding to do this, and part of the funding package is to attend this safeguarding training, which was going to be taking place in the Temple of Peace in Cardiff. I'm based in Newport in South Wales. Although I started the organisation up myself, we're all volunteers. We get a lot of equipment donated. We send out when there's natural disasters to assist people. Like, for example, after the big earthquake in Nepal, we got over 3 tons of mobility equipment out there to assist people with disabilities. And we got it over there within 3 weeks of the earthquake happening. I actually managed to blag a jumbo jet from British Airways to get the stuff over there. So we're a frontline organisation. We're doers. We just get on and do it.
Okay, but Trevor, what does safeguard? Thank you very much for that. That's really.
What does safeguarding mean to me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, believe it or not, I actually looked on Google to look at.
Oh, I should have said that at the start. You're not allowed to cheat, Trevor.
And but I'm not going to quote anything off of there. But to me personally, it means protecting vulnerable people from various forms of abuse, and to make sure that it's using your brain, basically, isn't it?
That's a good start, Trevor. That's a very good start. You remind me.
Well, I'm not a really media person, but you hear these stories of parents who beat up their kids and do things. There's a big one a few years ago, pretty horrible, so horrible. After I heard about it once, I came on any TV, and I don't watch TV. I just turned it off because it revolts me. But that's the sort of thing that I figure safeguarding set up for.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Thank you. That's grand. Okay, yeah, I should have mentioned, folks, that cheating is not allowed. Googling, but I didn't say it, so we'll allow Trevor to get away with that one.
I didn't Google just now.
All right, Trevor. I know.
When I first heard about it a few months ago, I thought, well, let's see what that's all about.
All right.
That's a safeguarding policy to be able to get my joint funding.
Yeah.
And, so my responsible assistance now has a safeguarding policy.
Okay, thank you very much, Trevor. So who's next on the list? John, you're next on the list. Thank you. John, you need to unmute as well.
Bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Well done, John. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's grand. Thank you. Over to you, John.
Very briefly, my background, I retired in 2008. That was also the year that Wales declared itself a fair trade country. And I managed, through some connections I had in the world of social enterprise cooperatives and so on, to get some voluntary work out in Uganda, working with coffee farmers on Mount Elgon. If anybody knows Uganda at all, it's a big mountain, very, very rich and fertile. And so I've been doing that now for 12 years, working with coffee farmers who are just as tough bunch as Welsh farmers to work with, but they have they've set up what they call producer co-ops and a union co-op, and basically I do support training for the cooperatives, and I've been doing that under the Wales for Africa scheme, under fair trade. So it's fair trade organic coffee, and I can tell you more about that at another time, but not now. So yeah, so that's what I do. My interest in safeguarding is not direct. I don't work in the normal traditional places, but I guess I would see it as being an awareness of inequality in relationships, power relationships, and the potential there is there to take advantage of that in many and different ways. You know, when I'm working with farmers and people in the villages in Africa, even though I'm not a prosperous or rich person by European standards, I'm still, there is an inequality there in that I can come and I can go. So there are things to think about. So I see safeguarding as being about awareness, really, of those inequalities and the potential there is to take advantage of those for oneself and for that to become a dangerous and abusive situation.
Thank you, John.
A recent media issue, just quickly though, because it kind of illustrates that. One for me, I don't know if anybody's heard of a chap called Jean Vanier, who was set up l'Arche, which are the homes for people with learning disabilities. And there are a number in Wales. He's a man of some repute and seen as many as saintly. It's just recent that he was abusing women in relationships, not people with learning disabilities, but women who he was taking advantage of because of his spiritual power. He was using that to his own advantage. And this has now discredited to some extent a lot of his work, and hopefully won't discredit the whole organization. But it's an illustration of the range of possibilities there are under abuse.
Oh, indeed. Thank you very much, John. And your example of the Jean Vanier thing, I'm a senior associate with a group called Global Child Protection Services, and I wasn't involved in any way in the inquiry, but it was Global Child Protection Services did the recent investigation, which highlighted these issues. So yeah, that's a really good example. And so Trevor talked about protection. You've talked about inequality and the potential for abusing power. So thank you both for that. So the next one on my list is Sue. Are you, Sue, so a little bit about yourself and what does safeguarding mean for you?
Sue.
Who is it? Who are we speaking to?
Sue. So
sorry, it's me. I didn't catch that. Right. Yes. Have you got me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Sue. Yes.
Hello. Yes, I'm on Anglesey, and I was supposed to link in yesterday, but I haven't got the link. So I was very pleased to hear that you were doing the seminar again today. Thank you. So I run a small charity called Children and Families in Need in Zimbabwe, which is basically, we're all volunteers. There's 4 trustees, and my brother is a Catholic priest in a remote area of Zimbabwe near Victoria Falls, and Mangi. So that's my link with Africa. And I've been out there 4 times. I have 4 children, and they've all been out. And I've just been actually recently, mainly to do with safeguarding with all the people at the mission and the local schools, because I'd done safeguarding in my local church. I set up a code of conduct with them, which they've all signed. So it's good to link into this to see if I've missed anything. So we basically are providing money through donors for education and training, and for people who don't have any money, feeding families who have no money, and my brother takes people to hospital. And yeah, Jen providing money for the mission to run. So Tim does a lot of development. He was a builder before he became a priest, so he was a builder and architect. He was building churches, so they're helping to supply funding for things like that.
In Zimbabwe, yeah?
Yes, it's in Zimbabwe.
Great, good. So what does safeguarding then?
Yes. What I wrote was that thrive and act on situations of abuse of power over another person, either vulnerable adults or children, either it could be physical, mental, sexual, emotional, economic, or coercive, includes neglect.
Thank you very much, Sue.
And the situation, I thought of the film Philomena, with all those poor nuns who became pregnant by the priest.
Right.
I don't know if anyone's seen it.
I haven't seen that. So can you tell us about the... I haven't seen it. I've heard of it, but seen it.
Certainly an abuse of power. The priest or priests, I can't remember the details, obviously used coercive power to get many nuns in the local convent pregnant. And the children, the bodies were buried in there. It talks about willing, and as
I'll have a look at that. So, Sean, you need to unmute.
Top right-hand corner, Sean, of your picture.
Mine's bottom left.
It's there. It's alongside the
Okay.
So long.
Yeah, I could see
it.
it.
Little microphone. Great. Well done, Sean. Spot on. Well done.
So I'm based in Caerleon, Newport. I'm one of the leaders in the Welsh Independent Chapel, Mynydd Zion or Mount Zion. That might ring a bell with you because we received a grant from the Blue Year community.
Ellen Jones,
yes. So it's Ellen Jones, Ellen Maher, and myself who are working on the grant, working with the community.
Great. Great.
So, Sean, you're from the Annibynwyr, yes?
Yeah. Chi'n siarad Cymraeg?
Ydwyr. Annibynwyr, and oedd yn dili in Annibynwyr, yes, indeed. Oh, good. Very good, Sean. So what does safeguarding mean for you?
Okay, so, well, just very quickly, because there's also a link. I have a link with another charity, Health Help International, which is based in Newport. I don't know if Trevor's heard of it.
I have heard of it, but I don't know. I'm not too familiar.
Okay, so that works with primarily with disabled people, doing something help them themselves, and it works in Monzi, and also in the just as an but yeah, the reason I'm here today is for Mount Elgon. Yeah, safeguard, well, basically to keep very safe, but vulnerable people, children and disabled, I think, along with everyone else, and to be on the alert, because as the examples recently mentioned have shown, people tend to or can potentially abuse their power. And continues as and I was thinking particularly of the recent media highlighting some of the charities where people have been abusing their power.
Great, thank you very much, Sian. And so you've shared your media issue, yeah?
Yes.
Grand, good. Diolch yn fawr iawn, thank you. Right, is
Yes,
Andrew still on?
I'm here.
Andrew,
Good morning.
tell us
I'm here.
about yourself and what does safeguarding mean?
Hear me or?
Yes, I certainly can, Andrew.
Sure, Andrew.
Yes. On shortly, don't worry.
Okay.
But he's painting it, John. It's got to be a work of art now.
In
You
that
wait.
case, I'll wait. If there's an artist at work.
I've written here, it's a proactive approach rather than a reactive. It should be a proactive approach to protect each other's vulnerabilities in a dignified, wholesome, life-enhancing way. I also
that's a very inspiring way of looking at it, and it sort of links with what Sian was saying just now. Sian was talking about being alert, and you're talking about being proactive and very much a values-based. So you talk about dignity as well, value-based approach. Thank you very much. Anything else to add?
I loved Sue's definition. Unfortunately, I think her microscope, her words were muffled, but she covered quite a lot. She talked about some of the spiritual values, yes, financial, economic, necessarily sexual. And that's something perhaps you could talk about, Richard, as we go along.
Yes.
I'll tell you a little bit about what we do. We were founded in 2001, and basically we have.
Excuse me, I've got a call.
Carry on, Andrew. Yeah.
Areas of work. One is we enhance eye services in Malawi. We support local organizations, local government of hospitals to improve their cataract throughput, either through training or the purchase of equipment. And occasionally we try and assist with the eye camps they run if we can financially. But the other recent thing we're doing these days is we support schools for the blind and try and get them to enhance sport amongst the children. So we've established with the Royal National College, with the help of the Royal National College in Hereford, blind football. So we run seminars, we teach PE teachers and give them the equipment to go back to their schools and show the children how to play blind football. This has especially had an impact on the girls who are very mild, don't do any physical activity. So that's what we do in a nutshell. We're based in Cardiff. That's where we
thank you, Andrew. That's really interesting. One of my, let me see, I think I think it was the second ever job I ever had was a welfare assistant for the blind and partially sighted in Swansea, and was responsible for making sure that things like footballs and the sort of sonic devices were available. So that's interesting. Great, thank you. So you've talked about any one then?
Sadly, being a few.
Okay.
Oxfam.
That tends to be a Brit on these. Yes, yes, we come back to Oxfam. That's fantastic. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Right, Kath, I'm going to give you the last dibbins. What media case, Kath, that has caught your attention recently, maybe?
Hi, can you hear me? I can't hear you very well. I heard my name.
Oh, there she is. There you are, Kath. Yes.
Hi. I don't know if you can hear me. I can't really hear you very well, Richard. You're dropping in and out.
I can hear you perfectly.
Good, good. At least that's working. How can I help?
Yeah.
I heard my name.
Media case for you.
A media case. A media case. No pressure then.
Not to put you on the spot, of course.
No, I couldn't think instantly of one. When you put it up, I couldn't think instantly of one. So I also cheated, Richard. And I did discover, I didn't realise, for example, The Independent has its own sexual exploitation page where the news stories are dedicated to that, which I didn't realise before. That was a theme of a page that that newspapers like The Independent had.
All right. Okay.
That was something that I learned today. Mostly, I mean, my husband's a teacher, so
okay. Thank you.
Okay, you're gone.
Right, okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. So there's some interesting themes coming out of that. So we've heard of protection. We've heard about potential abuse of power. We've talked about the need for values-based approaches, dignity, being proactive, being alert, vulnerable people, children de facto, because they are very vulnerable, people with disabilities. So there's some really good themes emerged from that, and Andrew was asking whether we'd look at issues around sexual abuse and sexual exploitation, and quite a lot of the safeguarding responses have been in order to try and prevent those sorts of behaviour. So that's a grand. Coming up to 11 o'clock. I'm going to continue, say, for 15 minutes, and then we'll have our break then. Is everybody okay with that? We'll go another 15, and then we'll break.
Sounds great.
So this is the quiz. Now, I have to... Hub Cymru have put a lot of money into prizes that go on this quiz. You get all 4 correct, there is a significant prize. It's quite. I was surprised at the amount of money Hub Cymru were prepared to put into this. Okay, so fingers on buzzers. What's happening and who are these people? So we're going top left first of all. You need to unmute if you're going to answer. Top left corner, there's 2 policemen and a man behind the policemen. What's happening there, please?
I think that's Cardinal Pell being taken to prison.
John, full points for John. Absolutely correct. So we're looking safeguarding issues and safeguarding cases in different sectors here. And Sue talked about her work, I think, Brothers in the Catholic Church, you were saying, Sue, in Zim, yeah? And this is probably the highest profile case in relation to the Catholic Church. It is actually Cardinal Pell. In this one, John, he's going to his appeal. He is still a cardinal, and the church has said basically until he exhausts all avenues of appeal that he will remain a cardinal. So he was de facto the number 2 in the Catholic Church, extremely high-level person within the Catholic Church, and has been convicted. He appealed, and the conviction, he's submitted a final appeal now. That took place the week before last, and the verdict of the second appeal is expected any minute now. But basically, he was sentenced to prison, where he is currently, for sexual abuse of 2 boys whilst he was a bishop. There are other allegations about the way in which he dealt with cases of abuse when he was a bishop. Allegation of being involved in moving priests from parish to parish and diocese to diocese. And in Australia, they held one of the biggest public inquiries ever into child sexual abuse. And a lot of this, the evidence emerged around that time. So John gets the points for that, folks. Okay. Bottom left corner, fingers and buzzers. Remember, I'm talking serious prizes here. Serious prizes. Bottom left corner.
Weinstein, Weinberger, the film director who's currently...
Bottom left, so this is bottom left.
Oh, sorry, bottom left, I thought you said
yeah, bottom left.
I have no idea.
Okay, anybody? Oh, this is frankly disappointing, I have to say. Frankly disappointed. Well, I would be surprised if you got that, to be honest, because it didn't get an awful lot of publicity. It did in Scotland. This is Ruth Manahan, who was convicted and sentenced for the abuse of elderly people suffering from dementia in a care home where she worked. She was accused of physical and emotional abuse of very elderly, very vulnerable, elderly clients at a care home where she worked. So the first case was within the Catholic Church. The second case is within the care home system in Scotland. Okay, so Sue, now's your time, right? Bottom right corner, bottom right corner. What's happening here?
I don't watch enough TV.
Okay.
Weinberg, I don't know what his name is.
Oh, I can't see. I can't give prizes like that. You know. Oh, come on. Anybody else?
Harvey Weinstein.
John's in there again. Yeah. Do you do pub quizzes, John?
John.
I should perhaps.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, John's absolutely correct. This is Harvey Weinstein, and behind him is his legal team. So Harvey Weinstein was recently sentenced to, I think it was 24 years in prison.
Mm-hmm.
He was in his day the single most powerful man in Hollywood. He would all break careers. He expected sexual favors from a lot of people. He's currently in prison, and there are more charges being leveled against him in Californian courts. This sector is the entertainment sector, mass communications, and the issue here was that his behaviors were, I don't know if tolerated is the right word, but they were certainly well known within that sector. A lot of people coming out, we were aware of what was going on, but we didn't report for various reasons. And the response to when some of these issues became public, the response sort of led to the Me Too movement, the hashtag Me Too movement. Think of the pebble that started the avalanche with the Me Too movement. This man was, he was the top man in Hollywood. Indeed. Okay. So John is in the lead with 2 points, everybody, right? So I expect an improvement. Top right corner. So we've had church, we've had care homes, we've had entertainment sector.
So one would assume then children.
Have I stumped John? Oh, right. Who's that? Who was that? Kath. Yeah, you assume it was children. I'm not giving a prize for assuming anything, Kath, right? 5, 4, 3,
Could
2.
it be domestic abuse?
Oh, good try, Sean, but no prizes for that. No, good try, but no cigar, as somebody once said. Right, so this is Amanda Schweitzer, and when I was Googling this to look for within schools, this was one of absolutely very many abuse cases within schools. She was convicted of raping a 13-year-old boy pupil who she taught in secondary school. So she's married with children and was convicted. That's a New West case. So we've had Australia, US. I've included a selection of the different sectors. I'm afraid, John, the prizes only get awarded for somebody who's answered every question correctly. So,
how did I know there'd be a catch?
I'm a bit relieved, to be honest, because I'd have been in trouble. Anywho, the point behind all of this was to say, look, there have been safeguarding abuses in many, many sectors. And what I'd like to do now is to look at our sector, so international development or humanitarian. So I'm going to quickly whiz through. I'm going to probably spend about 10 minutes on this. So back in the day when I was a childcare social worker, we could see it setting up child protection policies, and they were all outward facing. By that, I mean they were looking to protect children, families, they were trying to protect children in society. But gradually, over time, we also realized that we needed to make sure that our own activities and our own people were safe for children. The sector was a little bit behind the child protection sector. And this report really that lit the blue touch paper. This was a very influential report going to February 2002. I was working for Save the Children UK at that time, and there was a report by us and UNHCR in West Africa in 3 countries by the civil war, which showed there was some clear evidence for Blue Helmet peacekeepers, INGOs, NGOs. Our people were exchanging humanitarian aid for sex, and that included sex with children. And you've got to remember that this was at the time when the HIV and AIDS issue was massive in Africa. There were some beliefs around the place that sex with a virgin could cure you. There was a belief that if you had sex with a virgin, then you had no chance of catching HIV. And so children were being sexually abused. Again, this was by the representatives of people who were there to help. Now, when the report came out, there was a big falling out amongst the agencies, and HCR and Save the Children were accused of branding, of exaggeration. People were saying, well, yeah, these things might happen. There might be one or two cases, but you're exaggerating for your own purposes. But when the dust settled, it was clear that there were over 40 agencies involved, and that report highlighted 69 individuals. Has to said one of those individuals was UK. So this caused a huge furore. So back to 2002 now. So we're talking, what are we talking? 18 years ago, really now. Yeah. As big as the Oxfam thing in 2000, certainly a huge issue at the time. Anybody remember this one?
No. I didn't use that old, but I thought the Oxfam was the first one.
Right. Unfortunately, not so. I was starting to work on international safeguarding around this time, a little bit before this. So this sort of really changed the way we looked at things. And there was in 2003. The main thing was Secretary General's book. And that was like a code of conduct with sexual exploitation, sexual abuse. And that applied to all UN staff and all staff of partners of the UN. So anybody that was funded, say, by UNICEF, World Health, World Food Programme, any of these agencies, anybody who had a relationship or partnership with those were bound by the Secretary General's Bulletin. And that's still in force, and it is the basis for all conduct. There were task groups set up, standards introduced to the humanitarian sector, and those now sit with the Core Humanitarian Standards Alliance. And Safe initiative, we introduced international child safeguarding standards, and there was investigation training that was done. So what agencies had was, whilst after a lot of agencies started having allegations made, and nobody had any staff who'd been trained in how to investigate. So the Building Safer organisation work trained a lot of people in how to investigate, and now that's held by CHS, the Core Humanitarian Standards. I did an awful lot on their investigation, and I did last face-to-face train diffids on stuff there. Oh, there was response in 2003, and I think the sector sort of took that, that's that we can carry on. Children then followed this up a few years later, 3 situations. Again, we found exact exchange of sex involving and age agencies who, and it's involved peacekeepers.
Mm.
This gentleman is a top diplomat in the UN system. He was based in New York. He was Swedish, and the into abuse by peace. He got so frustrated that they were doing about this that he leaked the report to and because he was in for trouble, he was disciplined, and in 2016 there was an investigation. Sorry, in 2015 there was an investigation, and that cleared him. And they then referred to him as a champion of children's rights. The initial response of the UN had been to discipline him. And then now we are up to 2018. And I'm going to stop there so we can have a little break. And then history after a coffee break. Is everybody all right with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want to go on too long. So it's okay. So let's say if everybody's back just before, okay?
When do you want us all back? Sorry, I missed that
So
last bit.
break. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy. How are you?
Sorry, Richard.
Just before 20, just after half past, say.
1:30. Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, the line's bad. I really can't hear a lot. Sorry.
Okay.
See you at 2:30.
Okay. Okay. Is everybody back? I don't. Okay. That's fine. Can everybody see the screen? Yes? Everybody see the screen? Lovely. Good. Okay, so this was mentioned earlier. This was the case really that made the sector again look at the whole issue of safeguarding and try and improve standards. Basically, it involved senior people in the Haiti program of Oxfam. They were sexually exploiting local vulnerable sex workers. They were having sex parties in the Oxfam accommodation. This was against all of Oxfam's rules. Oxfam became aware of it, but because for various reasons, these people were allowed to move on to other jobs, and it was the way in which the whole Oxfam response took place that led eventually to a whistleblower within Oxfam releasing the story to the media. And I'd certainly been aware of the issue some good time before it came out in February. I think it was February 2018. It was reported online in October 2017, but then the whistleblower saw that Oxfam's response in terms of allowing people to move on was a real problem, and she blew the whistle, and there was a huge reaction. I've done some work with Oxfam since then. I think they lost something like £64 million of donations and funding immediately. It was an existential threat to Oxfam movement. Oxfam had previously had a very strong reputation, and basically they lost that virtually overnight. So it was a huge issue for Oxfam. And that was a classic sexual exploitation breach and the way it was dealt with. However, more or less at the same time, there was a big scandal in my old firm, Save the Children UK. So the characters you can see in the screen there, in the top left, that's Justin Forsyth. Now, Justin was the chief executive of Save the Children UK. But just after this issue came to the media, before it came to the media, sorry, he'd taken on a job at UNICEF in New York as the number 2 globally for UNICEF. And the woman in the top right corner is a woman called Alexia, who was the internal whistleblower, who blew the whistle on behaviours involving allegations against Justin and his deputy, Brendan Cox. Brendan Cox was the husband of the murdered MP Joe Cox. But at this time, Brendan was the number 2 in Save the Children UK. And the allegation against both of them was essentially one of sexual harassment in the workplace, which complaints were made. And again, it was the response of the organisation that caused the whistleblower to go to the media. And the person in the bottom right-hand corner is Sir Alan Parker. He was chair of the Save the Children board. The criticism was that Justin and Alan were too close to each other, that the board at the time in Save the Children UK didn't respond properly to the concerns. And certainly when Justin went to UNICEF, UNICEF were not made aware of the allegations at that time. So Alexia then went public with the whole thing, and it gained a lot of media attention and caused huge problems to Save the Children UK. They suspended all grant funding from DFID, for example, and they undertook a number of measures. One of the measures was to do a survey of staff to see the extent of sexual harassment in the workplace. And the figures came back and they were quite shocking, really. There was a much higher percentage than was thought of sexual harassment within the workplace. That led to Justin Forsyth resigning, it led to Alan Parker resigning, and Brendan Cox resigned from the charity he'd moved on to, charity set up in the name of his wife. So, folks, are either anybody aware of the Oxfam? Anybody aware of the Save the Children stories? Yeah, over to you. People aware of these things? Anybody?
Yes, I'd heard of both of them.
You heard of both of them, Sian, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'd heard of the Oxfam one, as I say, but not the Save the Children one.
Yeah. I think the Oxfam one did get more publicity, but certainly the Save the Harassment one also got an awful lot of publicity. And the reason why I'm highlighting both of these is that they sort of came into the public consciousness more or less at the same time, and they really did inform the way in which the regulators and donors of the international sector saw safeguarding. So for my money, these two events really did shape the way in which our sector responded to safeguarding. So, what, from your point of view, folks, what are these? What are the underlying issues for you? Anybody want to have a go? What do you think are the sort of underlying issues on all of the things that we've seen? Anybody want to have a go?
So, from my personal perspective, the issues that I worry most about in my line of work is around engaging volunteers. I think that yes, there's staff, and you can. There are mitigating. There's actions that you can take to try to protect as far as possible with codes of conduct and DBS checks and whatever. But I find it very difficult to review that with volunteers.
Volunteers, yeah.
A small sector
Okay.
where it's so volunteer run makes it difficult, I think.
Yeah. John, any thoughts?
Well, I guess there may be a kind of safeguarding weariness starting to set in, and everybody's assuming that all the processes and protocols and everything are in place, and there's nothing really. All the people, the abusers have been weeded out. So I guess as a kind of observer of these things, one is constantly surprised by how clever abuse can be, and how the means by which people get to use the power they have over others can be exercised. So I suppose that would be an issue for me. You can't really sort this out with procedures and checks. You need to have constant kind of processes and constant way of looking at it and seeing what's going on, and so that's all I can think of at the moment.
Yeah, some really good points there. I think this safeguarding weariness, that idea. You see, I think what happened after the 2003, I think we saw the tide really go out. After the codes of conduct, after the training, all that sort of stuff was introduced, the tide really went out on safeguarding, and that allowed stuff, particularly like the Haiti thing, to happen, and people were aware of it, and these people were just allowed to move on. So yeah. Anybody else want to have a go? Any other thoughts? For me, some of the themes are it was clear that the internal systems didn't work in reporting and dealing with these issues properly. It took whistleblowers going externally to get a proper response to the abuses that were taking place. And I think that's a fundamental point. I think we've talked several times already today about the abuse of power. So, we've seen abuse by chief exec, very senior people, country directors, and we've previously looked at UN peacekeepers. And even if you look at the French peacekeepers in Central African Republic, although there's pretty good evidence, and there's a big investigation taking place, none of the peacekeepers have ever been prosecuted. So that sense of impunity was there, and I think I think that's one of the issues as well in all of this.
Would you say bullying would be an area that should be?
Yeah, absolutely. Because we're going to come to this in a minute, but certainly bullying and harassment sexual harassment is now very much part of, has been clustered together in very much what we talk about in terms of safeguarding. And I think that it's taken those two big cases to bring those areas together. Yeah, yeah. Okay, anybody got any other points? Righto, let's move on. This is where we should have been at tea time. Do you want another tea break now? Sue, you were saying something, Sue?
I just think it highlights that yes, I wanted to just say it makes us all more aware that no one is immune from
Yes.
people trying to come into charities with a non-payment motive. We
Yeah.
know that through churches, that people are attracted to churches because they know people are vulnerable at churches. It's obviously the same with charities.
Yeah.
So I think we all have to be diligent when we take on new trustees, that we know them well, and that if they go out to visit people in Africa, that they have signed a code of conduct, which is what we put in place.
Great, thank you, Sue. Diolch yn fawr, thank you. So let's look at what happened after the Oxfam and Save the Children case. So there was a big worry about, you know, what the public would make of this. You know, the media had exposed these behaviours, and there were real concerns about, you know, whether the public's confidence and the reputation of our sector would suffer, whether the credibility of our sector would suffer. And there was, I've spoken to people who were working within DFID at the time, and there was a real concern that, you know, we've got this millennium commitment to giving 0.7 of our GDP in the UK to international development. There was a real concern that that might actually suffer as a result of this. Of course, things have moved on a little bit since then, and I think it's a little bit unclear at the moment where we are, because we've got the Foreign Office and international development getting very, very close together. Whether they actually merge is a possibility at some stage. There are shared ministries now, obviously. So yeah, there were huge concerns about the effect on not just the individual organisations, but the sector as well. Yeah. So DFID held two major global conferences in London in 2018, where a statement of commitment and various work streams on safeguarding were introduced, all of which had a big impact on the system. Charity commissioners went back to organisations and were seeking reassurance about the way that safeguarding issues were dealt with, and how strong the safeguarding policies and procedures were. So you've got your donors on the one hand, you've got your regulators on the other hand, and you've got your public on the other hand, and the media, all really being really concerned about our sector. And one of the major outcomes from this was the fact that safeguarding then was seen in a much wider, actually much deeper context, really. And we're going to talk about that in a bit more detail later on. So, yeah.
And what was that, the third bullet?
Sorry, Sue?
The 0.7%, I missed that. What was that about?
Right. So in the UK, we've made a commitment to allocating 0.7 of our gross domestic product, so basically our income of a year, to international development, and that was linked to a commitment that was made in the Millennium Development Goals. So the UK, there was a sort of a minimum commitment, and we've signed up to a minimum commitment of allocating 0.7. And at the moment, despite sort of the pressures of austerity and what have you, that commitment stands. But again, and stuff. But there was a real. I remember there was a petition handed in that we should scrap the 0.7 commitment. Okay, so in summary, the way that our sector responded was to make commitments to these 4 areas. So if you top left, you're looking at survivor support and enhanced accountability. One of the big learnings from the cases that were coming forward was that organizations still weren't putting survivors or victims at the heart of their response. They were clearly sort of behaving in what was best for the organization as opposed to what's best for survivors. And a real need for enhanced accountability and more transparency, being held to account. Some of the major agencies are particularly good at marketing, their successes and saying how far their reach is and how many people they've helped and what they've done. But there's very little visibility of when things go wrong. So much more accountability was sought. There were new standards introduced on safeguarding by the major donors, and I'll talk about that in quite a lot of detail later on. So the new safeguarding standards were introduced. There was a recognition that there needs to be much more done in terms of building the capacity of organizations to apply effective safeguarding. And to be honest, that's why we're having this little training today. And because of that commitment that there is to be more development and support for organizations in safeguarding. And the holy grail, if you like, is a culture change. And we talked earlier on in the UN and in some of the other agencies, there was this culture of impunity. There was this culture of protecting the organization's brand. But really, what we wanted was to see a real culture change where safeguarding was part of the way things were done within organizations. Culture can be quite a nebulous term, but for me, culture is simply, that's the way things are done around here. And there's a real need for safeguarding to be seen very much more as part of the day-to-day way that things are done in organizations. So those were the main commitments, that the main outcomes really of the international conferences as a response to the 2 main cases. Any thoughts on that, everybody? Any thoughts on that?
Just briefly, Richard, your voice is crackling a lot suddenly. It's been very clear up till now.
Right.
Is there any reason why? Is that me or is it something there?
So what I would ask, could everybody make sure that they're on mute if you're not talking? So only put your microphone on when you're not talking. Now, John, give me a thumbs up if that's an improvement. Is that an improvement, John? Yes, that is a thumbs up. Yeah, I've got a feeling there was some interference from microphone. So thank you, folks. That's really helpful. Great. Okay. So yeah, if those were the commitments, And the point I'd like to make, it wasn't just DFID. You know, I've talked a lot about DFID. DFID led the charge, certainly, but the other major donors, European donors, US donors, Australian aid has always been particularly strong on this area. But yeah, I think there were like 25, 26 government national donors have signed either to the DFID standards or to identical standards themselves. Okay, so that is the history of safeguarding. That's been the response both in 2003 and 2018 onwards, and we're still very much part of that response now. Okay, so what I'd like to do now, are there any other questions on the first section? So between now and lunchtime, in about an hour, we're going to look at key issues. And any questions on anything previous? Okay. Right, so on we go. We're going to look at the key issues and trying to define what we're talking about. And this is the big one, really. So this is the definition that DFID introduced in the summer of 2018 as a result of the issues that we've talked about just now. So basically what DFID have done is to really widen the scope of safeguarding. So what we've got here is preventing and responding to harm caused by sexual exploitation and abuse, okay? So if you stop there, that's exactly where we were in terms of the Secretary General's Bulletin of 2003, okay? But what they've done then, they've included harassment and bullying. So these would be more within the workplace, so harassment and bullying, both amongst the people we're trying to help, so our beneficiaries, and also people who are working in the sector. So there's a real development there that harassment and bullying is now seen within the purview of safeguarding. And they go on then to talk even further about what it means. It means a duty of care to beneficiaries, that's always been there, but it also includes staff and volunteers. And that includes downstream partners, where downstream partners are part of delivery. So that downstream partners one is a huge issue, right? So, and now the enforcement and the scrutiny of safeguarding within partners had always been weak, but it's very clear now in the definition that it does include downstream partners where they're part of delivery. So the duty of care then, a further development is it includes children and vulnerable adults in the community, even if they're not direct beneficiaries, okay? So if they're vulnerable to abuse, even if they're not direct beneficiaries, the duty of care extends to children and vulnerable people in the community where we operate. So again, that's a real extension of the focus of safeguarding. So there are a number of new developments there. It includes abuse and harassment. So it's got the old sexual exploitation and abuse, includes harassment in the workplace. It includes additionally partners and then vulnerable people in the community, even if they aren't direct beneficiaries. Okay, so I'm really interested now to see what you think about that. So I'm going to ask you one by one from my sign-up list. I want to ask Trevor to start. Trevor, any thoughts about what this definition means and some of the developments there? Any thoughts, Trevor?
No, not really. No, I'm more interested in listening and
Okay,
observing.
that's absolutely fine. That's fine. That's great. Thank you, Trevor. Who have got next? John, any implications, any thoughts for you, John, on what this news? So you do need to unmute and remute.
It's
Okay,
a huge
thanks.
extension, as you said, and I guess it just means that in terms of accountability, in terms of transparency, in terms of sort of policing those extensions, if that's not the right word, but it's surprising us in the way in which we managed to take advantage of these unequal situations. So yeah, just huge extension of what the ideas are here, what we mean by bullying. How do we include emotional bullying? Do we include emotional manipulation? All sorts of things to worry about.
We'll talk a little bit.
I can see why it.
We'll talk a little bit about definitions around bullying and harassment in a minute, John. Yeah,
that's my first thought. Seeing it, yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you, John. Diolch yn fawr. If you could go back to mute, Sue, could you unmute, please? And what are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, I was in Zimbabwe in November. Very briefly, we missed a connection, and I only had 4 days in Zimbabwe. I heard a story which was not involving children in charity that I run, but there were at one of the schools, 12 children in the secondary school, 12 girls had become pregnant that year, which was far and above what they would normally expect. And they said that the children were so hungry when they were going home in the holidays that they were having sex with them for money. Now, the government wasn't in the least bit interested in anything like that. They turn a blind eye. And I felt helpless to do anything about it. And it has concerned me because that's an ongoing situation, because the infrastructure is totally broken down in Zimbabwe.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a great example. Thank you, Sue. If you could go back onto mute for us, please, Sue, that would be great. Thank you. Sean? If you could unmute, Sean, that would be grand.
Yes, I mean, I think, obviously it's an attempt to try and safeguard everyone. It's obviously an ongoing challenge, and, as Sue just said, trying to protect those in a community that may not be directly linked to your charity or whatever, I think might be even more of a challenge.
Certainly, yes. Thank you very much, Shannon. And I think, as I was saying earlier, I've worked with dozens of organisations in the last 2.5 years, and without exception, and this being able to respond to vulnerable adults in the community, even if they're not a beneficiary, those are really hugely challenging for a number of organisations. Okay, thank you, Sean. Back on mute, you already done. Well, Andrew.
Yeah, interesting. The duty of care thing is as well a more aware of our legal legal, it means that organizations, once they're made aware of these issues, can no longer turn a blind eye.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, good point, Andrew. Thank you very much for that. That's great. Thanks. If you could go back onto mute, Andrew, and then Claire, sorry, Kath, any, sorry, Claire, Kath, not Claire. Oh, dear me. You know who you are.
I know who I know.
Any thoughts on this?
So, I missed a little bit and I dropped out of the call and had to ping back in a minute ago. But I think my concerns, or I think what are common concerns for our groups, will be what Sian highlighted, which is the duty of care for beneficiaries, including vulnerable children, adults and vulnerable children who are not direct beneficiaries. I think for very small organisations, that's a challenge.
Yeah. So, Kath, we're losing you a little bit, but I think I got the gist of what you're saying. So thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Right, so thank you everybody for that. That's really helpful. Right, so let's look at some of the other terms that in that definition. So it talked about abuse and harm, etc. So I'd like just quickly to include some of the categories of abuse that we talk. What exactly are we talking about? So with an apology for those who come from a background where you worked on abuse and stuff, this is a very sort of basic outline of the terminology that's been used in the definition. So the type of abuse, particularly child abuse, is anything that's physical, actual or physical harm, sexual involvement or sexual activity with a child. And of course, a child is defined as anybody under the age of 18. And in many countries, the age where it's legal to have sex is below 18. In some countries, it's significantly below 18. It is in the UK. A number of codes of conduct, for example, will have something that there's no sexual activity allowed with a child, and the definition of a child is 18. So very often we've got codes of conduct that are of a higher standard than the legal requirement in a country. And that applies equally in the UK as it does in overseas countries as well. Abuse is clearly in there as a recognised abuse, as is neglect. I think one of you did mention neglect right at the start. I can't remember who mentioned neglect. But for example, in the UK, in terms of child abuse, neglect is the one which causes the most fatalities in children who are abused. Now, the term neglect that you will operate is an interesting one because you very often the sort of basic provisions like access to sufficient food, clean water, medicines, etc., etc. So there's a big difference between neglect and poverty, in effect. So it's chronic inattention to needs, but a big difference between the resource not being there as opposed to somebody withholding those resources. So in some places, you will find that some children, for example, are more favoured. Some children will be fed and others not. And it's an example of neglect. Exploitation, so whether it's trafficking of children, children being used within the sex trade, child labour, being used in drug smuggling, and we've had a lot of that in the UK, actually, haven't we, on these drug lines, child soldiers, and then again the sort of cases that we saw in Africa in 2002, 2005, 2015. So those are quickly a run through the categories of abuse. And this is of sexual exploitation that is taken the Secretary General. Now, these will be made available, so you don't need to scribble these definitions down, but they're broadly the sort of definition that will help you work out what we're talking about in this area. Right, now then, I think it was John asked about this earlier on. So we've talked about sexual exploitation, sexual and abuse and exploitation already. So let's look at harassment and bullying. So sexual harassment is there. It's unwanted conduct of a sexual nature. It's aimed to intimidate. It can be seen as degrading and offensive. So one of the developments in terms of harassment has been that policies are very clear now that it is the impact of the behavior. It's the way the behavior is received. It's the way the behavior is perceived is the key issue here. You're probably aware, in several places that there was a defense of I wasn't doing anything wrong. I was just being friendly. I'm a touchy-feely sort of guy. As a defense. One case last week, one of the defense that he used was to say that, he admitted himself that he needed to respect people's space more. So the whole idea of harassment is very much around the way in which that behavior is perceived and received. Also, there is it's the pattern. So if you think about the children case, there was a pattern of ongoing behavior there that had an impact on members of staff. And then there's a definition of bullying there that includes the intention to humiliate or denigrate or those. Again, there's a power issue here again. Okay, so that's a very quick run through some of the definitions of abuse and exploitation, harassment, bullying. Any issues for anybody there, folks? Because these particularly around harassment and bullying, these are new to the safeguarding area. They've in a lot of places they've been certainly part of HR policies, but even in some of the big players, I was really surprised to see that if they had good policies in terms of child safeguarding. Very often they didn't have strong policies in terms of dignity in the workplace. So any thoughts? Anybody? Any concerns?
I just think it's really good that they brought in including sexual harassment and bullying in the workplace. Because it's obviously over the way everybody lives their lives, isn't it? It's not just in the charity sector, but it's people's everyday lives where they go to work.
Yeah, absolutely, Sue. Thank you. Yes. If you could mute, thank you, Sue. Brilliant. I haven't even got to say, fantastic. Yeah. Okay. So, with your permission, what I will do now is I'm going to look at 3 areas of risk. So the way in which my simple little mind works is I tend to see safeguarding risks in 3 ways, and they're linked and there's some crossover, obviously. I see these involving people, the way that programs are implemented, and systems. Okay. We've talked a lot about behaviours and safeguarding issues in relation to people, but the way in which we implement our programs also come along with safeguarding risks. And this is where we can actually be a lot more proactive, I think, in terms of implementing programs. And finally, we're going to look at some systems where good systems would help us make our organizations safer for everybody. Okay, so I'm going to start off with people, and I'm going to share with you one of the worst experiences I had as a safeguarding officer within Save the Care. This was back in the day when I worked for Save the Children UK. And this man is called Sohai Ayaz. And it was a case where in our head office, we had managed to appoint an employee for 7 or 8 weeks, just over 7 weeks, in our as an accountant in our funding department. We had employed a man who was a sex abuser of the national ring of sex abusers of children. There were 7 nationalities involved. And this guy worked in our London office. When I worked in the London office, I used to walk past his desk to go to my desk. It was a big open plan office in Farringdon in London. And it was a dreadful case. And I can remember being phoned late at night at home by the police in London, who told me I needed to get myself up to their offices the next morning, which I did. And basically, we found out that this guy was an active abuser. And at the same time, I had an email from a colleague who was raising a concern internally that there'd been a report that they'd recognized this guy's face and he was an abuser. So I thought that the police would immediately arrest this man, but because he was part of an international ring, they wanted to hold an international meeting of Europol in Rome. There were 7 nationalities involved, and they wanted to try and arrest all the members of this ring all at the same time. So they didn't want to arrest him immediately. So I had to supervise him without him knowing restrict any travel, and make sure he didn't have access to child-sensitive data. So that's what I did. And then eventually the day came for his arrest. And then the police told me that they didn't want to arrest him at home. They wanted to arrest him in the office so that they could arrest him with us, and then they could gain access to his home before he had a chance to hide any information. So reluctantly that was arranged, and we set up a plan to get him out of his desk and down to his to be arrested. And just before that, we arranged with forensics so that they'd check his computer. And we went in at midnight into the office, and I can remember talking to the detective and saying, "Look, it'd be bloody stupid to try anything. This is an open plan office." He was at the end of an aisle, and he agreed. Said, "Yeah, he would be a bit, wouldn't he?" But then the forensic specialist found that in open sight he'd been using his desktop to try and access vulnerable underage people for sex in plain view whilst he was working in the office. So the day of the arrest came, and it was the day of the heaviest snowfall in London for years, and the phone call in the morning saying, "Sorry, we can't get our police across to do this, we'll have to postpone it." So by now my blood pressure was going up through the roof, and because I was confident that he was going tipped off. And I was right, because his partner was trying to tip him off, but he came into the office and eventually the arrest was made, and he was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment. And the quote I've got there for you is that he tried to come in to save the children because he thought it would give him access to children. So it was, the judge, having heard the case, made that statement when he sentenced. When Mr. Ayaz was remanded in the magistrates, there were a lot of media people in the court, and I was prepared, and we were prepared for the next day for some very bad headlines. And what happened was Michael Jackson died on the same day. So every UK newspaper had like 20 odd pages about Michael Jackson and nothing about our case. But when he was sentenced in the Crown Court a couple of months later, the case did make the headlines with the Mail. I remember there's stuff in the Guardian as well. And I used to get people in head office saying, "Yeah, Richard, this safeguarding stuff, it's probably important in places like Rwanda or in the field, but we are the accounts department. We're in head office, and this stuff doesn't apply to us really, and we're far too busy to come and do our training." Well, after this case, we never ever. So the point of using this case is to say that these sorts of issues can crop up anywhere, including in head office, in big open plan office. So yeah, that's my one of my nightmare scenarios. To share with you. Any thoughts on that, folks? Any comment?
Richard, yes, it's interesting because I'd always felt before I went to Zimbabwe recently, just 4 trustees working at home, we're not going to be doing anything wrong. But you're quite right, we do need to make sure that we all have the training so we're all aware. So
yeah.
I think that's very interesting case, especially the fact that he was in an open plan office and still managed to get away with it.
Yeah.
How easy it is to do that. It's quite scary.
It is, and I think part of my job, Sue, is to raise awareness as we're doing today, but also not to make people totally paranoid. We do need to get a balance, but part of that balance is to be aware that sometimes there are people who will try and infiltrate agencies because they think it'll get them access. And the next slide is very much about that. Dr. Joe Sullivan is probably the UK's leading person on research and treatment of sex abusers. He worked for the Lucy Faithfull Foundation, but now he runs his own company called Mega Forensics. And this is Joe's field, and he's helped us on several occasions in helping to raise awareness. And this was a piece of research that he did a couple of years back now, where he interviewed a large number, probably I think 400, 450 people who were working in the caring sector. Okay, so these were they were people in the caring sector. So they'd be social workers, they'd be youth workers, they'd be teachers, they'd be priests with pastoral responsibilities. And he interviewed them all after they'd been sentenced. So the idea here was, after sentence, he'd be more likely to get a truthful response as opposed to something that would minimize sentence. So what he found was that a very high percent, like 92% of these people were aware of an interest sexually in children at early ages, and a high percentage of them by the age of 21 had committed sex abuse of children. And of course, is that almost 60% of these people, like 58% of them, chose their career in order to gain access. So at the young age, people are deciding on their education, they're choosing their careers, and almost 60% of these people said that they chose their career to children. And then almost 80% of them then, even if they weren't accessing children during their work, they used that in order to gain access to children outside of the workplace. And it's quite fascinating. I haven't included all of it, obviously, for this, but he's also got some research on what he believes are the actual levels of child sex abuse in the community in general, which is much, much wider than the cases that like these that come to court and end up in a successful conviction. His view is that it is much more widespread than we would normally have thought. The other interesting point is that amongst groups of children, some people have a reputation, and professionally they're seen as different. So they've got a good reputation professionally, but amongst the children that they work with, when he interviewed those, there was a completely different view. And he often, in his training, will talk about a case that he was involved where there was an allegation of abuse, and it came down to two teachers, And when he spoke, he was working with the police, obviously, then. When the police interviewed the headmaster of the school, it is absolutely, definitely not A. It must be B, because A, is the paragon. And of course, when they did the thing, they did. Yeah. So again, whilst trying to maintain a balance and not see everybody painted in the same brush, obviously. The point of this slide is to remind people that there are some people who will abuse opportunity, who will abuse power that is afforded. Okay, any questions on that before we move on to traditional practices? No?
There's stunning figures, aren't they? And rather frightening.
Yeah. And if you remember, these are people in the caring profession, so this isn't the general population. There's a definition of caring professionals, if you like. Yeah. Okay. So the other area of people safeguarding risks is very often in international development and humanitarian work, we will operate in where there are traditional practices very commonly practiced within those communities that we consider to be abusive. So, for example, female genital cutting or female genital mutilation, early marriage, very low wages of consent, child labor, physical punishment, and physical punishment in education. And the reason I include those is that they were very, very common in a lot of the countries where, say, the children worked. The other one that should be included in that, of course, is gender-based violence, and very often we work in communities where gender-based violence is high as well, but commonly practiced in those communities. And the issue has been for a long time. So if you are talking about your duty of care for vulnerable people, even if they're not your beneficiary, what are the issues then if you believe there is any of these traditional practices which are being practiced in the area around where you work? So that again has been one of the issues that organizations have really struggled with in terms of that final part of the definition. Okay, so what are your thoughts? What have been your experiences of working in communities where some of these practices have been applied? Shall we go through the list again? Trevor, is there anything you wanted to add there?
This child labour. Now, this is a very interesting point because I run a business as well, and my business we have a lot of stuff produced for us in Pakistan and India, and up until about 20 years ago, I was able to travel. I've got disabilities which prohibit that now, and I always had this policy of that you have to look at the situation, because in a lot of areas, especially one or two areas where I was working, I won't mention where they are, if a child is, if they say a 13 or 13-year-old girl, she's safer in employment doing some work than being prostitute, some gangster. And in situations like that, you know, you've got to think, well, okay, you know, it's in the interest of the child. Where do you draw the line in that sort of thing? Where would you personally draw the line in that? Would you say a girl who's 15, 13, shouldn't be working, but she should be on the street being abused? Or would you think she's safer if she's working? You know, it's a thin line there.
In a lot of these, in some of them, but you pick child labour in particular. The other one would be early marriage. Both early marriage, what we'd call child labour, are actually strategies that are applied. It's 8 girl children, and you've got no way to feed them. What you try to do is you would try and marry them off as quickly as possible.
That's a completely separate thing. I mean, they're working. They're going.
So that's one. And then the child labour, again, in a lot, as you've just explained, is again an anti-poverty strategy in effect, because you know, again, how it, and in your example, it's a protective thing as well. Now, the way that I've worked on this in the past, and agencies have worked on this, is that if you took child labour, I remember we worked in a place called Shalkot in Pakistan.
That's the leather areas. I've spent time there.
Leather, absolutely, yeah. And at that time, there was mass use of children in the stitching of soccer balls and rugby balls, you know, so the explanation went. And if there'd been a blanket on that, those children would have been. So the approach that was used, that those people, the children would go to school in the morning, and if they were to work, then there was an agreement with the Chamber of Commerce locally that they do schooling in the morning and stitching in the afternoon. So that's an example of that. And really, the way agencies look at this is not sort of a blanket approach to child labour, but understanding that about most hazardous or the most forms of child labour, so like children sharps, children working in mining, children working, as you were saying, in the sex trade. So yeah, it's not, you know, a blanket approach wasn't helpful. Thank you, Trevor. See, John's got his hand. John,
I didn't have my hand up.
Oh, you're next in any case. You've gone now.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a lot to think about there. I mean, I certainly child labour saw on coffee farmers. You know, the mum would bring the children with her to sort coffee, and that used to be, even though fair traders got quite strict criteria about the use of child labour, I had to sort of accept it was fairly normal, and you have to sort of go. Physical punishment, I think, is a tricky one, especially when you're in these very male societies, patriarchal societies, as we were in Uganda. I remember somebody did a survey in Uganda, I don't know if it's one of the agencies, on women's attitude towards punishment, and something high 60% were asked what were the in response to the question, what were the situations in which you thought physical punishment was justified, and that would be from a husband. replied for withholding sexual favor and for burning the dinner.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
I've just come back from Sierra Leone, and I did some of this training there, and exactly what you were saying, both in terms of physical punishment, physical abuse of women, children, and so-called corporal punishment. Yeah.
So what we're, you know, I mean, what our obligations are in terms of downstream in that is very difficult to say. When it's endemic, when it's in that culture, fortunately, I think a lot of the younger women and some of the sharper women are actually standing up for themselves on these issues a bit more than, and I've noticed that change in the years I've been going. But it's a tricky one.
Indeed. Yeah. Thank you very much, John. Stu, any thoughts?
When I was in Zimbabwe in November, my father was saying that if the cold is not coronavirus, that if a man was proven to have had sex with a girl under 18, he could be sent to prison for 20 years. That's the law. So the girls are very reluctant to say who it was that got them pregnant. But it does actually happen that men are sent to prison, and they have a very hard life in prison. So I thought that was quite, severe actually in terms of our culture, where we allow girls to get married at 16. But anyway, apparently that's what happens.
Thank you, Stu. Thank you. Sian?
Yeah, I think, change will come, but it will take time. And the hope is that, if some of these communities are helped and lifted out of poverty, they won't be under such pressure. They won't hopefully need to have, child labor, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. And on some of these things, if you, we like to think of ourselves as being quite a civilized and advanced country, but it's not that long ago in our own country where physical punishment in education, physical punishment generally, child labor, some of these practices were very prevalent here, not all that long ago indeed. Okay, thank you. And Andrew, finally? Oh, not finally. Sorry, Andrew?
I think that's a very good point you've made, Richard. And I think when we go into communities with the attitude that you've just alluded to, we're most likely to make change. In other words, actually, we were in your situation not long ago, as opposed to this is what you do and we find it horrific. And then you compare that with, I understand where you're coming from, the socio-cultural context in which these practices are undertaken. In seeking to understand, in seeking to explore, then we are able to educate, starting with community leaders downwards, really. Thank you.
Yes, no, very, very, very good point. Thank you very much, Andrew. And then finally, Kath. Any thoughts? Maybe Kath has dipped out.
No, I am here.
Oh, hi, Kath. Any thoughts on any of the above, Kath?
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult, isn't it, to look at things from our perspective and taking into account the situation, the reality that people are living in, and how to ensure that the safeguarding is happening and that, the children's rights are respected and maintained. I don't know if you can hear me.
We lost you there for a little bit, Kath, but I think I got the gist of what you say.
So poor.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Diolch yn fawr. Thank you. Okay, so for the last 15 minutes or so before lunch, I'm going to recommend a couple of things. When we do the face-to-face training, I usually show this DVD or video. It's the training video that we did for the UN on training on the Secretary General's Bulletin that I talked about earlier. Let's move this out of the way. There we are. So yeah, so that's so there's no point in doing it when we're doing it online, but I would recommend that you go online and have a look for this. All you need to do is to Google "To Serve with Pride." It's there in the Save the Children archive. You can access that publicly, and it's there in the task force, the SEA task force. You can access that. In addition, fun enough, just exactly this time yesterday, the task group released another video that Translators Without Frontiers did on sex abuse. That's a really handy little video. It's a good resource. And I emailed that to Hub yesterday. So, Kath,
yes, I'll forward.
That is a
I'll forward on anything that's relevant to the group.
Yeah, that looks really nice. Yeah. So, here we are. Shall we take our lunch break now, folks? Are people happy to take the lunch break now? So, let's see, 45 minutes. Oh, gosh, let me work this out.
25-2.
1:35.
Yeah, I knew that. 1:35. Okay, everybody okay? Is everybody okay so far? Enjoy your lunch. See you at 1:35. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, I like the old jokes are the best. The old jokes are the best. Is everybody here? If you're not here, please say. I love the old jokes. They work, don't they? Okay.
I'm here.
Good, good. Thank you, Sue. Lovely. Okay. Let's see. We've got. Yes, I think we are all on board. Lovely. Good. I hope you had a nice lunch. What I'd like to do now, so we've looked, remember we talked about, broadly speaking, 3 areas of safeguard and risk. We talked about people in the first instance, and we spent a lot of time looking at the people risks. Well, we're going to look at systems risks now, okay? So in the view that if you don't have good systems, that can put you, your beneficiaries, your volunteers, your staff, your organization, everybody at risk. So I've picked 3 areas. I'm going to talk about 2 because I'm going to talk about partners a little bit later. So I'm going to look at some of the systems risks. And I think the sort of example that I shared of that nasty case that I had, that sort of illustrates some of the risks with the HR systems, okay? So a lot of the safeguard risk are around people, and the sort of system that you need to sort of create a bulwark between you and some of those problems is your HR system. So whether it's in terms of volunteers or staff, the recruitment of people, the selection, their induction and their training are key areas that will strengthen your response in terms of safeguarding. So the key issues here are, I don't want to do comms yet. So I'm just wondering, folks, perhaps you could share in terms of the way in which you advertise for people, the way in which you recruit, whether they're staff or volunteers, how you onboard them, how you induct them into your organization, and what sort of training you do. How do you go about that? And is there any sort of thought about the safeguarding aspects when you do that? So let's go back to my list. So we start with Trevor again. I'm sorry, Trevor, I always pick on you first, but
no, that's okay.
you were first in this morning. So yeah, Trevor, in terms of how you onboard, engage people, how would you go about that?
Well, most of us are volunteers, and we're all disabled people, and we all have a common theme, and which is, we're a very, what I call, social model based organisation, and we try and encourage people who want to come on board. They've got to be passionate about helping people, really, and they've got to be like of a generous nature. And we've never had any issues actually with any problems. In fact, we turned down volunteers, to be quite honest, because we can only have so many people volunteering from you, because if there's nothing for them to do, there's no point. I've never really given it that much thought. I know it sounds a bit ignorant about the safeguarding side of things, because in a way we are all a little bit vulnerable ourselves, and we've like this little session we're having here is sort of like created a little bit of awareness of maybe I should look at things a little bit differently, or maybe we should look at things a bit differently. Like, for example, when we have people going overseas, they're usually family members or close friends of us who are available at the time, because being voluntary, if you've got to go overseas for a few months, and it's they've got to be people who are not dependent on a wage, so to speak, because none of us earn money out of it. We all do it voluntary, and we've never had an issue with it, to be quite honest. It's just, but it's something I want to think about. We get volunteers in, for example, if there is a big disaster and we've got to sort out a load of equipment. We all, most of us are adults. We don't have any children volunteering, and we just trying to negotiate with our various disabilities. Some of us in wheelchairs, some of us with crutches, sorting out equipment and getting it ready to be loaded up onto containers to be sent overseas. So it's not really that much of an issue for us.
Okay, thank you very much, Trevor. That's so I'm glad that today's session has sort of started the cogs to turn, and you're thinking about possible ways of including safeguarding and strengthening safeguarding in the way in which you engage some of these volunteers. So thank you for that. That's good. John, what are your thoughts? What are your approaches in terms of people and engaging people in HR systems?
Let's see. Oh, okay, you can hear me now.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I work as a volunteer, so I kind of, in my development work, my Africa work, I work as a volunteer. So I'm kind of an add-on to organizations rather than having any direct input. But thinking about it, a bit like Trevor there, you know, I think some of the things you've said today have raised awareness for me, got some cogs turning. I work with corporate farmer co-ops at the moment, about 8 or 9 of them. I used to work with about 20, but for various reasons they've been reduced. And although I do sessions on finance, and I do sessions on communication, and I do sessions on a whole range of things, one of the things I haven't included is any policy on these issues that might be appropriate.
And that's very common, John, actually. I go to a lot of places where they've got systems for absolutely everything, but particularly on finance, and they're very aware of you know, finance abuse or fraud or that sort of thing, and they haven't quite made the leap to thinking around the safeguarding issues. So yeah, my encouragement to you is, if you are running these sorts of sessions, is that you could include, you know, as an introductory session on safeguarding approaches and safeguarding awareness, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So I consider myself to have been re-educated.
Good. Thank you very much, John. Diolch yn fawr. Where are we? Sue.
Our system has evolved. When we set up our charity about 7 years ago, we didn't have a safeguarding policy, and then the Charities Commission were asking if we had one. We did the annual audit, and so I thought, well, we probably should, and so we did. I got one from Save the Children or something, and I adapted it to put our words in. You know, you can download them off the internet these days. And then we got this code of conduct. My daughter Emma actually works for Hub Cymru, Emma Beecham, so she worked with me to get this code of conduct. And before that, we'd had the bishop in Zimbabwe and sign a sort of document that we put together as trustees to say that Tim, you know, was behaving in the manner that he should as a Catholic priest, etc., and had no history of misconduct, etc. So we had that signed by the bishop. But now we've got code of conduct. So our volunteers, there's only 4 of us, but one of them may go out to visit. He's signed the code of conduct, the same as in Zimbabwe. It's exactly the same code. So we're using it for all of us, and I've signed it.
Great. And Sue, in terms of you know, your volunteers or the people that rep, how do you go about recruiting them? Where do you find them?
When we started, we had 2 of us as family members, and one was actually someone who my brother Tim had known for about 30 years, who we still have. And Tim guaranteed that he was, you know, he would be fine.
Yeah.
And then we recently got 2 new volunteers, but 2 have stepped down, so we have another family member. But the other person, likewise, has known Tim actually since he was a teenager. And he's a family friend of my brother's, and so my brother knows the family very well. So he recommended, when I suggested this man, he asked me what I thought. But also, this man is a teacher, and so in our policies that we send the trustees to read, one of them is to sign that I can't remember exactly how I worded it. To say that they won't do anything dishonest, and that they've read the safeguarding policy.
Okay, and so how do you explain the code of conduct to them? Do you have a formal session, or do you send them the code? How does all...
Well, this is one of the issues. I mean, Emma got it from, I think, either Oxfam or anyway, one of the main charities for children. And it's quite, well, I call it verbose. So although we understand it in our culture, I think most of the Zimbabwean people who signed it wouldn't have fully understood it, which is one of my concerns. And we got an interpreter to speak to them in their own language to explain it to them. Our volunteering housekeeper explained to them what it was about, that within the mission it was keeping the children safe, and that each of them were responsible for making sure they were safe, and that they had to report. They had 3 or 4 different people they could report to if they had any concerns. So it was reinterpreted, if you like.
Okay.
And to understand it.
So I guess what you've done is make a popular version. Then I guess that's what people say is popularize your code of conduct. Great, thank you very much, Sue. Sian.
So in relation to the CVA grant, there are only 3 of us. 2 of us are leaders within the church, and the 3rd is the daughter of one of our members in the church. We haven't as yet sent any volunteers over to Uganda, and at the moment we're not looking to recruit any volunteers. We are simply sort of implementing the grant. Obviously within the church we follow the guidelines provided by the Union of Welsh Independent Churches. We have CRB checks, etc.
Right. Okay. Great. Thank you, diolch yn fawr, Sian. And Andrew?
Yeah, I'm here.
So when you engage people, whether they're volunteers or staff, when you try and attract people, what sort of processes do you include, if any, on safeguarding?
Good. It's just an expression of interest in the first instance.
Uh-huh.
The only time we're a very small organization, there are 4 trustees. The only time we've actively looked into this was last year, when we asked all people who are going overseas to get their certificate. It's changed now of forget the name of you apply for it online and they do a search. Remind me what it's called.
The DBS?
Yes, it's called. Yeah, that's the only time we used it last year. And that was for people who are going out to Malawi. That's one of the reasons I've come on this sort of seminar, to get a basic, shall I say, template or the minimum requirement required, so that we can get our organization safeguarding green kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Andrew. Kath, anything? Now, I'm pretty sure that Hub has got some guidance on HR stuff.
Yeah. So we do have guidance on HR, which we're very happy to share with people. I think it's relevant to kind of point out that we can't just take something off a shelf. Like Sue said, you've got to make it relevant to your organization. You've got to think about your audiences and your beneficiaries and who you engage with and how you engage with them. I also work for a small charity and have recently had DFID funding, and so we've been looking at the safeguarding requirements for that funding. And so although we've always had the documents in place and the policies on the shelf, it's bringing it to life and embedding it in everything that is the challenge for us.
Yeah.
So that
absolutely.
Beneficiaries understand it.
Thank you very much, Kath. Okay, so that's a really important system, your people system or your human resource system. But another, in this day and age, And I tell you what, we're really finding it now in this crisis at the moment, aren't we? The importance of communication, the importance of social media as well. And again, what we found over the last couple of years, even after the Oxfam stuff, that a lot of agencies don't have good, strong systems around communication in a safeguarding sense. So organizations are very, very keen on using communication. So particularly if you've got an advocacy approach, or if you're trying to fundraise, it's been shown that the best way to do that is to use stories, use people's individual experiences, and that sometimes uses somebody's individual story or their image or a photograph or something. And there's some real safeguarding issues around that. On top of that, then you've got social media. And social media is increasingly important. But again, very few agencies have got actually clear guidance on what you can and cannot do in terms of social media. And I've investigated a couple of cases in the last 2 years where basically you've got online abuse, online bullying, social media harassment taking place, and the organizations had very little in terms of policy or awareness of these issues. And when we came to look at these cases, there was a real problem to do that. And of course, if you think of something like WhatsApp, and I don't know if your family is like my family, but at the moment in this situation, we got 2 or 3 of us socially distancing. We got others who are sort of self-isolating. We keep in touch all the time via WhatsApp. And of course, WhatsApp is totally encrypted from end to end. So unless you've physically got one of the phones in your possession, that is a totally private communication. And I've dealt with a couple, 3 actually, cases of abuse that's been taking place on that. And there were no guidance. So media control, social media control, the way in which you use images and stories are important in the sense that we shouldn't be doing anything that would increase the vulnerability or increase the risk or put people in harm's way because we've used their stories or images for communication. In my own experience, let me share with you a couple of the things that we had. We had in Save the Children Days, we had a big campaign around the Syria response. Let's see. 4 years ago now, we highlighted the plight of children who were on the move from the Syria campaign. But and we used their story. They gave their permission, but I really don't think that they gave their permission in a fully informed way. So their stories were used, and then people retaliated against them from their community and from their villages for a number of reasons. They said they brought the village into disrepute. They were accused of siding one side against the other, and they were really in harm's way as a result of our use of their story. And so the media teams came back and said, well, yeah, but we had permission. But did they actually have fully informed permission? And that leads me on to my other story, which is the story when just after the 2002 report in Liberia, where a brother and sister gave an interview with a Scottish Sunday paper about what had happened in their village, and within 2 or 3 days, there were militia in that village looking for them, because, of course, they were basically, without them knowing, giving evidence against the militia leader that could have been used in a war crimes tribunal. So, it wasn't our agency that worked with them, but we had to pick up the pieces and work with UNICEF to get them out of the country, because we feared that their actual lives were at risk. So that's a sort of an extreme end of needing to have good policies and good controls over media. Okay, any thoughts from you? And again, I'll tell you what, I'm going to start with Andrew this time to give Trevor a break. Any thoughts, Andrew, on any safeguarding issues around how your organisation communicates, how you use media, how you use social media, or anything like that? Any thoughts on that?
At the moment, we have no policy in terms of social media and how our trustees and volunteers use it. So,
okay,
isn't anything in black and white. We've relied on good practice, that people are professionals.
Yeah.
Professional about their response.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Andrew. That's not uncommon in a lot of places. Sian? Any thoughts on this area, Sian?
Yeah, we have had some guidelines from the WCVA with regard to things like taking pictures. We must get signed consent. There's a lot that we can still do, I'm sure.
Great, Joshan, thank you. Sue?
Well, I have thought about this because when I go to Zimbabwe to visit, I always go with my camera, and my brother always says I'm coming, and the people there know that the money that we give comes from people in the UK, well, all over the world. So I've never individually asked permission from people, and no one's ever said, "Don't take a photo of me." It's a difficult one because you've got a crowd of 30 or 40 people in a school that you take photos of or a video.
Yeah.
And you can't get individual consent. They're all there in the school and you just have 5 minutes with them.
And I guess
I realise it's not ideal at all, but I've always tried to maintain that the images that I'm using are very much for positive, for their good.
Yes.
And
so
some people will actually ask me to take their photographs because they're grandchildren, they really want them taken.
They do. Yeah. So I think that the key message to get across is that if you are using images or you're using people's stories, that whatever you do with that image, you shouldn't be putting those people at increased risk or increased vulnerabilities. And of course, like in the examples I've shared with you, there is an unintended consequence of using those stories. So we do need to be aware of some of the risks, and whatever we do. And this can be difficult, to try and avoid identifying or locating vulnerable people, which would then put them at more risk. I remember I had a colleague from media who had a very strong, powerful story in Goma in the DRC. And again, the young lad was telling his story about how the soldiers had come into his village, and he'd had to flee, and he'd seen soldiers killing other people's families and stuff. It's horrible. And this young person really wanted to share the story. He was very keen to have his photograph taken. And he was living in a camp at that time. And unfortunately, the photograph was taken and you could see the camp sign and the name behind him if you looked. So my media colleague was aware of some of the risks. So what he did, he pixelated the face, but because he thought the story is really important. But of course, the boy in his story was saying that he was standing outside his tent, right? So you knew where his tent was, you knew where the camp was, and he was wearing a T-shirt. There was only one T-shirt like that around there. So between all those different bits, if you were minded, and remember, he was sort of giving direct eyewitness evidence of an abuse. If you wanted to add all those things together, you could have quite easily have found this young lad. And so we pulled the image, but we included the story in the piece that we did. So that's another example. Okay, who's next? John, you're next. Any thoughts on this stuff?
Like Sue, really, probably I haven't thought much about this, and I'm not a big user of social media, but we do collect stories under a trade arrangement. That's part of what we try to do, to communicate to customers about people's stories and their backgrounds. And I guess I can't see any danger images but I think it's something to be aware of. As Sue says, if you point a camera, certainly in Uganda, children miraculously appear. They love having their pictures taken, and they encourage you to do it, and then they want to see the image, and you show them the image and so on. And I've probably been a bit cavalier on that in terms of permissions and so on, and making sure that I wasn't exposing anybody. But it's something to think about, and I'd have to admit I haven't done much thinking on it previously.
Okay, great. Thank you, John. Trevor? Trevor? I think there's a connection issue with Trevor. Right. Kath, any thoughts?
I agree with all of this. Definitely informed consent is really important when using images and taking stories. From a Hub Cymru Africa perspective, we're going to be, obviously it's been delayed now with lockdown, but hopefully it will happen in October now. We will be having a conference on reframing the narrative, which is looking at images, how they're portrayed.
Oh, right.
But also talking about informed consent.
Wow. Oh, very good. Very good. Very good.
So
very
keep
good.
your eyes out for that. It'll hopefully be an in-depth discussion.
Okay.
Quite a lot of materials coming from it for you to use.
That's brilliant. I think have we got another joiner? Daman?
Oh, hello.
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 Daman? Hello, Damanjit.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, John.
Hello.
Welcome, Damanjit. We're
Thank
sort of.
you.
I go back to my earlier story. Damanjit, we're in the middle of the safeguarding training. Is this where you want to be?
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm so late. I realize that.
That's all right. That's all right.
I just finished my night duty in hospital, so I was.
Oh, wow. Fair
Yeah.
play to you. In the middle of a crisis, you come from a night shift into a train.
So then I just look at the time. Oh my God, it's already 2.
Oh, don't worry. We're very, very pleased that you've joined us, and thank you, particularly under the current circumstances. So well done, you.
Damanjit, I'll send you my email address, and I'll send you my email address, and if you let me know yours, then I will send you the recording of so far that you've missed.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the other thing to say is that this is all being recorded. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay.
You're very welcome. Do you want to quickly say what your interest in the workshop is, Damanjit?
Yeah, actually, I know little about safeguarding.
And are you a volunteer on one of the link projects?
Oh no, I'm not.
So what's your link with international development?
Actually, I'm student of Masters of Public Health.
Right. We had one yesterday as well. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I have an interest in that, because I already learn about the safeguarding in class. So when I just look at about this Hub Cymru, so I just want to join that.
Good. Okay. Well, you're very, very welcome. Thank you very much. Okay. So we've looked at people risks. We've looked at systems risks. And the next...
And also on abuse or neglect something.
Okay. The other thing to say, Damanjit, is because of the connectivity, what we do is when we're not speaking, we put our microphone on mute. And if you go either to the top or the bottom of your screen, you'll see a little symbol that says mute or unmute. And so what we're doing is if we're not speaking, we put the microphone on mute. But we're very happy to take questions and input.
Right.
So we're looking at the other area. So we're looking at the implementation of programs and safeguarding risks. And within that, there are three areas I want to sort of focus on, really. The first is the way that programs or projects are designed, okay? Then the second area would be about the systems where we've got for engaging with, assessing, or identifying partner agencies. And then about how we engage with communities, and bearing in mind this additional responsibility for safeguarding, even where we're not providing direct services, but in communities where there are vulnerable people. But first of all, we're going to look at design.
Okay.
Now this slide keeps on doing this. I changed that this morning because I got this little thing going on here, which is annoying. Okay, so first of all, design. Let's look at how programs are designed.
Slide up, Richard. Have you put a slide up?
Yeah.
My screen is blank.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah, one.
Oh,
Mine too.
okay. Can you see that?
No.
Oh, no. Then what's happening?
Now I can.
Yeah.
Now I can.
Okay, sorry, I must have pressed the wrong button.
Okay.
As if I've ever done that before. Right. So this is a little bit of a hobby horse of mine, right? Now, it's very common to see that if you're designing a program or if you're setting up a project, that you have systems for everything, but you don't have them for safeguarding. So my plea is for people, when you are setting a project up, to think of safeguarding, to make safeguarding safe by design. And the sort of analogy that I use, or the metaphor, I guess, is cars. Back in the day, we had an awful lot of cars being broken into on the side of the road. My brother's first car was a Triumph Herald. And believe it or not, as part of the design for a Triumph Herald, in case the owner forgot or lost their keys, they put a spare key in the indicator light. So at the front of the car, there was a spare key in the light. Now, of course, it didn't take long for car thieves to work out that the best way of getting hold of my brother's Triumph Herald was to smash the light, take the key, and take the car. So over the years, we've seen the design of cars making it much more difficult to break into and to thieve. And so the number of car thefts has gone down. My suggestion is that if we design programs and we think about the risks on safeguarding and address those risks in the way that we think about projects, design projects, then that is going to help us in the way that design of cars has made thieving cars a lot more difficult. Okay, so some of the things that I'm suggesting would be, when you draw up your plans for the project, think about issues around being sensitive and aware of safeguarding issues. Ensure that you have got community-based complaint systems. So if you're working in an area, that the people that you're working with would know what they could expect of you in terms of your behaviors, what they can expect of you in terms of if they want to raise a complaint, and how they would then go about making a complaint. So it's very important that these are as close to the community as possible. We know from all the figures that we have in that sort of formal reporting systems in a lot of places simply aren't trusted, that the best way of raising a concern is with people that you trust in systems that you trust. I was in, where was I? I was in Zimbabwe, was it Zimbabwe or Kenya? Can't remember. I was doing some training and I was proudly told that, yes, our organization has got a complaints box. So if anybody wants to raise a complaint, we've got the complaints box. So then they showed me where the complaints box was, and the complaints box was directly underneath the window of the manager. Right, so the manager, and you had to walk across this area, go up to the manager's office, and just beneath his, his office, there was a complaint box, and you put your complaint in there. So that wasn't a really good example of a community-based complaint system. Yeah. So the other thing is that your design of a program should have a system where people, as I've said, are clear of what they can report and how they do that. And also that you've got some basic understanding of how you would respond to a safeguarding issue if something cropped up. And that isn't always as straightforward as you think. I was asked to go and investigate an allegation in a high-risk country, country that was at war at the time. And I was told that if I messed up on the investigation, that the survivor could be stoned to death for immoral behavior, and that the alleged perpetrator could have been shot by the family. So, you know, there were high stakes involved. And of course, the default position would have been, it was a serious allegation, and the default position would have been report this thing to the police. But if we'd have done that, there would have been very, very serious consequences for everybody involved. So having an understanding of what and how to respond was really important. And of course, that should be included in your budget line. So if you are doing, if you are making a project proposal, then and you've considered safeguarding, you would need to include something there around training about how you build capacity on safeguarding. So that's my plea for safe by design, safeguarding by design. So any thoughts or any queries on that, folks? No? Okay, in which case we'll move on to the next bit, which is partners. You know, we identified this earlier, and for me, these sort of areas would need to be included. So by due diligence, I mean the sort of assessment you would make of a partner. If you are going to work through a partner group or a partner organization, you should be doing some due diligence checks, which is a sort of fancy word, I guess, for an assessment of the partner. And presumably you'd be doing that for a number of issues, and that should now include diligence around safeguarding issues. If you have an agreement with a partner, those agreements should be clear about what is expected in terms of safeguarding, and particularly it should be clear about what is going to happen if a safeguarding issue arises. So there should be an agreement on safeguarding generally, but also on what is going to happen if we do have a safeguarding issue. There should be an approach where we're all applying the same sorts of standards. Now, you know, if you take this too far, it sort of comes across as sort of cultural imperialism, where you're forcing something totally alien on other groups. But I think it needs some work on agreeing some shared standards on safeguarding. And unless you are monitoring, you're checking up on these things, you wouldn't really have any knowledge on how well or how stringently these partner agencies are, you know, even if they're signing up to safeguarding, even if they're signing up to say they have these various policies, you simply got no idea how well it's working. So those would be sort of my sort of general thoughts about partners in terms of assessment or due diligence, having clear agreements, sharing standards, and checking to see that these things actually work. Because if you don't ask the question, you probably are very, very unlikely to get any answer. So we talked a bit about partners earlier on. Any thoughts about this, folks? What's your experience of choosing or working with partners? Right, shall we go through my list again? Let's go. John, shall we start with you? I think, yeah.
Haven't got any experience of working with partners in the work I do that I can think of, unless I've missed something. So
okay, no, that's fine. That's fine, John. No worries. Okay. Thank you. Sue, probably not with you as well, is it?
Yes, we addressed this when we were setting up the charity, in that Zimbabwe doesn't have what was then the CVR check, now the DBS. So I couldn't get a CVR check done on my brother Tim, which was how I came to get the letter from the bishop as the next best thing.
Yes, I remember.
Because they have different laws, and my understanding is that you can only do a DBS in this country for someone who's resident in the UK.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
But there would be other things that you could do, and that, you know, I think you've just explained that. Really, there are other things like, so if you don't have a system where you can do police checks that are reliable, then you would be putting more importance on, more emphasis on things like good references, and other sorts of background checks, which would be important. Sian, any thoughts about partner working, and any of the thoughts I've shared on implementing?
I'm not sure whether, you know, the MIA community is considered as a partner under the grant that we've received. But, you know, they come under the umbrella of the Fair Trade Foundation anyway.
Right.
And so I don't think it would be up to us to sort of implement this under the program.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Sian, do you see them as are they implementing work on your behalf? Are they seen as that?
Well, I guess they are. I mean, we, you know, provide funds for certain things to be done in the community.
And I suppose if they're part of the fair trade, you were saying, yeah, presumably that there are some criteria that they'd have to meet before being allowed to be part of that.
Yes, yeah.
And I wonder if there are any safeguarding elements in that.
I'm pretty sure there would be. John might know a little bit more.
I'm trying to think. I have, yeah, my experience of them is that they're very comprehensive. I haven't,
Yeah.
But and there is an annual audit that's very, you know, very, very thorough, done by an independent assessor of all the fair trade co-ops. But I don't know for sure whether there is anything in there. I'd have to check in the. It would be. I agree with you, Sian. I think it'd be surprising if there wasn't.
Yes.
But we'll have to go to them. You know, have to look. They're certainly very keen on things like child labour and all those kind of issues. So it'd be very surprising if there wasn't something in there.
It might be the time for one of those innocent questions, John.
Yeah, it might.
Yeah,
it might. And I'll certainly think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, lovely. Who have I missed out? Did I miss out Andrew?
I think Andrew's having a nap.
Andrew, are you still there?
Sorry, I'm here. I missed that last bit.
Right.
Sorry.
Andrew, no. That's fine. You've got two boxes, Andrew.
Yeah, I've been struggling to have a picture, but
right.
Slides. So I have to use my mobile phone to read your slides. And the desktop to see you. There we are.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Right.
No, it's not your fault.
Yeah. Any thoughts around partners, Andrew?
Well, we work in a hospital setting primarily.
Right. Okay.
So they have their own systems.
Yeah. Do you ask them the innocent question though, as we were talking with John just now? You know, the innocent question, do you have a safeguarding policy? Where can I find it? Is there a code of conduct? Do you do any background checks on people who work in the hospital? You know, those sort of innocent questions. It might be really, really interesting to find out what they say then. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's something we need to look into. I have found the relationship very sensitive. I think if I were to approach, if I were to bring up, as you've asked, I would immediately get a negative response and maybe less cooperation.
I see. Right. Yeah.
At the moment, I don't know. Is the honest answer. And then we also work with a school.
Right.
And they are very, as far as I know, they have their own policy
Yeah.
I've not asked them about this in particular. It's an area that I have not inquired into.
I'd have thought the school might be a bit more receptive to being asked, the simple question. Yeah. Good. Thank you, Andrew. Jit, am I pronouncing your name correctly first?
Yeah.
Good. And any thoughts around partners from your interview?
No, I didn't walk in probably, so I don't know.
Okay, that's no worries. Kath, anything to add? Oh, I've minimized Kath. Didn't mean to do that.
Also, I'm on mute. Sorry, so I was chatting. You can hear me. No, I think
okay.
With what other people were talking about.
Okay, so Kath, your connection ain't great at the moment. Okay, don't worry. We'll move on. Okay. So the other big area in terms of implementation and this new definition was this duty of care towards vulnerable people, and as I said, this is a big challenge for people and for organizations. So for me, the sort of practical things that you can do is to build up some awareness of what the vulnerabilities are in a particular area, to have some knowledge of what should be reported in that area, and have an understanding of the services that can be accessed, so that you could refer somebody on. I think that the main thing to say is that you just don't want to say, well, you're not a direct beneficiary, so we won't provide any support. So as minimum, you ought to know really what the safeguarding issues are in that area, what and how to report, and are there any referral systems locally where you can point them towards some support and help, even though you're not able to give that yourself. Okay, any questions or thoughts on this duty of care? This came up yesterday quite a lot. Any thoughts on this one, folks?
My visitors in Dublin did the safeguarding of the children in the hostel and at the school. We made them aware that we had a note actually in the church porch who they could refer to if they had any concerns. So I guess all I'm saying is it's important that vulnerable children and adults know they need that information, who to go to.
Yes. Okay, so that's a great example of what I was talking about. Great, thank you very much, Sue. Thank you. Okay, any other points before we move on?
I'm not sure. Obviously, with
Sian, sorry, Sian, I missed you out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. With the project that we've got, where there are three of us, nobody has been out to the community in Uganda, although we did bring over one of the coffee producers for Fair Trade Fortnight. But how we would implement this duty of care in the community?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in your particular circumstance, it's really difficult to see how you do that. But I think the responsibility would lie with the fair trade side of things. Really, I would have thought. Yeah. Okay. let's have a look at roles and responsibilities and requirements. And then we're going to stop for another cup of tea. So, this is, shift that over there. That's not great. Okay, so basically, the idea is that safeguarding is genuinely one of those things that's everybody's responsibility, right? So everybody has some safeguarding responsibility. And it depends how you see organizations, where you like to think you start at grassroots first and build your way up, or build your way down from the people who have ultimate responsibility. Everybody across an organization has a responsibility around safeguarding. So let's look first of all at all staff or volunteers or anybody who's a representative of an organization. The thought here is that everybody has a responsibility to adhere to things like code of conduct, adhere to the behavioral standards. And one of those behavioral standards is, and this is increasingly in codes of conduct, that everybody is required to report a concern. So it isn't an option. In a lot of code of conduct, people are saying it's not optional. If you have a concern on safeguarding, it's your duty to report that. So that's sort of a general one that applies across everybody. Then some staff and some volunteers have got particular safeguarding responsibilities. And I know your organizations are, really tight and small, and beautifully formed, I'm sure you would say. But in a number of organizations, somebody has been identified as a safeguarding lead, right? So they've got safeguarding lead responsibilities. Sometimes it's about being the focal point, the person identified as the person to whom a safeguarding issue should be reported, or a safeguarding concern. If there is a safeguarding concern, it's clearly identified that the person to report that to is Joe Bloggs or whoever. So some staff or some volunteers have got this additional role. And of course, the thing to say about that is, if somebody in your organization has been identified with that extra role, then they should be supported in doing it. And I'm still coming across agencies who've appointed some poor person. They made them the safeguarding focal point. They haven't given them any backup. They haven't told them what the role involves. They haven't even changed the job description sometimes. And then they're expected to carry out that role. So there's some issues there. So if you do appoint, say, a focal point, then they need to have a little bit of support before being asked to undertake that role. Then management, well, there is an expectation that management creates a safeguarding environment, that they are expected to create that safeguarding infrastructure, sort of an open managerial style, so that if people in the agency have got concerns, that they do feel confident that would be dealt with properly and fairly, and without being, without retribution. And then finally, the people who have ultimate control over an organization are the trustees, or the board of trustees, or the board of directors. And this is, they ultimately carry the responsibility for safeguarding. And that is very, very clear in the Charity Commissioner's guidelines, okay? So trustees have the primary responsibility for safeguarding in the charity. It's very, very clear that as trustees, the buck stops with you, really. Very important message, and it's there very clearly. And the Charity Commission go on to say that trustees are expected to proactively safeguard and welfare charities beneficiaries. So the key word there is proactive. And who was it said proactive this morning? I think it was Andrew who mentioned proactive this morning. So yeah, that is an expectation that yeah, well done, Andrew. You've probably been cheating, man. You've probably been reading the Charity Commissioners before, but yeah.
I haven't actually. I wish I had.
Well done, Andrew. Good. Top marks. No, so it is a key issue, and you know, the Charity Commissioners are very, very clear. This is a top responsibility for trustees. And I'm trying to move this on. Oh, come on. Right, hang on. Yeah, so that's it. Trustees need to be proactive. Also, if you do delve into the Charity Commissioner's guidance, do you remember that piece of work we looked at with Joe Sullivan when we were looking at people who shouldn't be working with us, trying to get into our organisation? The Charity Commission, there is a section in there that talks about, you know, needing to be aware that that could happen. So they want trustees to have their eyes wide open there. Okay, so those are sort of quick introduction to the various levels. And what I'd like to do now is to look at the requirements that DFID have introduced. So we've looked at risks, we've looked at the different roles, we've looked at responsibilities, but now we're going to look at the requirements that DFID have introduced. If you remember right at the start, I said that DFID had led the charge and they'd introduced new safeguarding standards. And these are they, okay? So if you were to receive funding from DFID, DFID would expect that you would risk assess your operation, and that if these things applied to your organization, that you would implement these. And so these are the main headings. So there's a heading there about safeguarding, about whistleblowing, human resources, risk management, code of conduct, and governance. Okay, so these appeared in June 2018, out of the blue, really. A letter was sent to from DFID in June 2018, and they outlined clearly that they expected people that were who received grants from DFID, that new grants would be adhering to these sorts of standards. So the letter came out in June, and I think it was October or end of September, something like that. They were expecting new grants, and then that everybody had to be on board by the end of the year. So, and as I've seen, a lot of agencies have followed DFID's lead on this as well. So, is anybody aware across these? That's a no from Sue. Andrew, have you come across these?
No.
No. Trevor, have you come across them?
No, I'm afraid not.
John?
No.
Okay. Who Damanjit? Sean?
No.
Tim Johnson, Sean.
Sue,
sorry. I mean, I need a cup of tea, Sue. My brain is going down here.
No, I haven't used it. I wasn't aware of it.
Okay. Right. So you could imagine that all of a sudden having this set of new standards caused, a lot of attention to be focused on safeguarding all of a sudden. I see Kath is nodding her head there. Kath, what was it like for you?
Yeah, it was pretty intense. It was intense because certainly for the other organisation I work for, we felt that we had our ducks in order. And so it's, reviewing that. I do feel really strongly, though, that it is really important. And I don't think it's just for big, massive charities. I think it's for all of us. And I think it's all practical, sensible stuff. So it can be intimidating when you list it like that. But actually, it's worth it.
Yeah, so Sian will understand this. Y cam cynta yw'r cam caleta. The first step is the hardest step. So all of this, when it's just shared with you like that is a bit intimidating. But what we'll do after our tea break is we'll unpick these a little bit. And the way that I've worked with agencies and with the groups that I've worked with is, you can't do everything all at once and try and prioritize any particular gaps that are there. And that's how we've approached it, and to take it as a step-by-step approach. So, I'm going to leave you with enhanced due diligence. That's the term that DFID have given this stuff. I'm going to suggest we break for a cup of tea now and come back at 3 o'clock. Is everybody okay with that? Yeah, 3 o'clock. So we'll have 50 minutes. Good. Thank you very much, everybody. See you at 3. Okie dokie. Are we all back? Yep. I think we are. Good. Lovely. Okay. So within the last hour now, folks, so I just want to unpick a little bit on the DFID new standards, just so that you've got some idea of what they involve. And then I'm going to ask you to have a go at a case, depending on how long we take, a case or two that I've had to deal with in the past, okay? So, in terms of enhanced due diligence, if we look at the safeguarding element, so what they are saying is that you should be having to have a policy in place, that people should be trained in terms of the policy. You've got a register of safeguarding issues and concerns if they get raised. That any allegations are properly investigated, and that you've got if you use a disciplinary procedure, that if there is a breach of safeguarding, that the disciplinary procedure should relate to that, and that you should be expecting partners to have a safeguarding policy as well. Okay. So those are the sort of basic elements of that particular area. Okay, any questions on that? So as I go through, there are 6 of them. If you've got a question, just shout out, okay? So in terms of safeguarding, those are the main areas that they'd expect to see.
Richard, just say more about register. What's that?
Okay, so register. You ought to have a register of whether any concerns. So, say if a concern comes in, that needs to be registered. You need to keep a register of any concerns and complaints that come through, and how you deal with them and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so that isn't sort of keeping areas of concern or whatever.
No, that's the one about registering and keeping a track of concerns and cases. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Now we've all seen, in terms of whistleblowing, the importance of whistleblowing in some of those cases, both in the UN and in the INGO sector. So whistleblowing policy, again linked to some training, and a form of reporting complaints. Some of these cross over, by the way. But also, they would expect that for genuine whistleblowing, that there is a zero reprisal aspect involved as well, because we saw with Anders Campus, the way in which genuine whistleblower was dealt with quite harshly, really. So there's a whole requirement that there aren't any reprisals for genuine whistleblowing. And by genuine, I mean those that are not malicious whistleblowing complaints. We've talked a lot about human resources today, so some of the things that they would expect to see there, that right from, so DFID will refer to the employment cycle, okay? And an important part of that is drawing up job descriptions and identifying the risks, having safeguarding selection and interview, and then a system for vetting and referencing. Now then, so this is to John's question. So in terms of risk management, they would say that you should be assessing your safeguarding risks, and you should have a policy around general risk assessment, and either one that includes safeguarding or an additional one. And again, partners is featuring there, different categories of risk, and that you should be maintaining a risk register. So the risk register is basically a list of the risks that are faced, the likelihood of those risks actually occurring, and the impact of such an occurrence, and any mitigations that or mechanisms that you'd have to protect against those risks. And finally, that this should be oversight, and this again is a key area for trustees. Of the whole risks that the agency faces. Okay, so risk management is a big deal for DFID, I think. Yeah. Code of conduct. We talked a lot about code of conduct. So organizations should have a code of conduct. In the old days, well, I've still seen code of conduct that go on for pages and pages and pages, and a lot of it is around financial mismanagement or fraud or whatever. So it needs to prioritize people's behaviors. These codes of conduct need to, you need to have evidence that shows that people understand the code of conduct, that they've received it, they've agreed to be bound by the terms of the code of conduct. Again, training as part of it, and that the behaviors and the ethics are linked very much into your values as an organization. I can't remember who, one of you said this morning about the importance of ensuring that this was linked to values. And when I worked in Save the Children, an external body came in. We were one of the first people to invite an external body to come in and audit our safeguarding approaches. Many years ago now. One of the learnings from that was the auditors came back and said the reason why that our child safeguarding policy was working in their view was that we combined both sort of a standards-based approach. So we had introduced standards, but also we had a values-based approach as well. So that people saw the value of child safeguarding linked to the whole ethos and the values of the organization. So the code of conduct, as opposed to being a set of rules, needs to be something, in order for it to work effectively, needs to be sort of an ethical or a values-based approach. And then finally, governance. There needs to be oversight and governance on this, that you need to have safeguarding designated people, and that includes on the board as well. Somebody on the board needs to be the designated safeguarding lead. And a number of agencies now include safeguarding as part of their annual report. So, identifying what they've been doing in terms of strengthening safeguarding, and if there have been concerns, how many and what sorts of concerns have been raised. Okie doke, so that is a quick run through, and I'll go back to the start here and take any questions that anybody's got on any of these aspects. Any questions, folks? Any concerns, any issues? Over to you. Anything at all on enhanced due diligence? Okay, that's fine. There's a lot there. And again, we probably need to come back to this at some stage. Okay, so we've come to the final section, which is a case study, yeah? And so, what are we doing for time? Oh, we're okay for time, actually. We're doing good. Okay, so we might be able to get 2 case studies in then. Lovely. So, what I've got for you is, some case studies of things that were reported to me, and I'd like you to think of these 3 questions. So you need to write these down. What are the safeguarding issues here? What would have helped us prevent the situation? How do we respond now, and what would help us now? Okay, so forget about the group leader, because we're not doing this face-to-face. I'll come to you individually for your answers and your suggestions. And remember what we said right at the start, there's no such thing as a daft answer or a silly question either. Okay, so what are the safeguarding issues? What would have helped us prevent this happening? How should we respond? Okay. Everybody clear about the questions? Anybody not clear? Yeah, that's a thumbs up. Good, good. Lovely, good. Thumbs up again. Right then. So the first case number 1. Now, how to get rid of that? Right, good. Okay, we put that up there out of the way. Oh, right. Put that out. No, tell you what we do then. I'll bring it down then out of the way. There we are. Lovely. Okay, so I want you to imagine that you have joined a small team and you're making a series of visits because your agency are thinking of providing funding for a partner agency to work as part of a response to a big earthquake in, say, the Kashmir hills of Pakistan, okay? So this mountainous area was affected by a severe earthquake some months back, and by now it's midsummer. So your organization has asked you to go along and assess partner, and you're going to give them funding to support some very rural villages up in the mountains. So your visit is being hosted by one of these potential partners, and they already provide some support through temporary aid centres in some of these remote villages. And they've arranged this site visit, and they're giving you a driver and a vehicle, and they're taking you up to the village. And it's quite a long drive, several hours. But the pre-departure briefing is cancelled right at the last minute, and you're not really sure why. But you get on board the vehicle in any case. And again, just as you're about to head off, a young journalist has been allowed to accompany the trip, and she joins you as you head off. So you've got a driver, you've got yourself, maybe one or two others there as well, and this broadcast journalist. So you're in the back of the vehicle with her, and she says that she's been speaking to some of the staff of this partner agency, and they've sort of confided in her that they've allowed their daughters to have FGM, female genital mutilation, but they're not going to say anything to the organisation in case that means they lose their jobs. So she tells you to keep this confidential, although she's obviously broken confidentiality herself by sharing this information with you. And nothing has been disclosed by her or the staff to the partner agency. So a couple of hours later, then you arrive at this village, and when you arrive, you notice that there's quite a big bunch of people waiting their turn to get some of this aid from this temporary centre that's been run. And they're waiting in the shade or an overhanging wall, and they're a bit but later on they are willing to share with you on your own privately, and they basically want to share their complaints. They're saying, we've been waiting here for hours, it's really, really hot, and there's no water available for them as they wait. And what you've got is the staff of the partner agency going around the place carrying water bottles, which fine for them, but there's no water for the villagers. So another person, a woman, claims that she's been pushed about by a guard and verbally abused. And she says he tried to touch her on the arm. Now it's coming time to return back to base and join the vehicle again. And as you're about to set off, the journalist decides that she's going to remain in camp and she's going to make her own way back. So you and the driver and maybe a couple of others jump in the vehicle and off you head back to base. Now, you're speaking to the driver about this on the way back, and he says that, well, you know, these people in the villages, they're never happy. They're always complaining about something. If it's not one thing, it's another thing. They're always complaining. And he says, well, last week, some men in the village actually attacked one of the guards that we had to employ at the AIDS centre, and it was over nothing really. So it just gives you an example of them complaining about everything. So by the time you get back, it's only, it's really getting dusk now, and you're not supposed to be on the road after dark. So you get back to your accommodation, and then you head off the next morning for your next visit. Okay? So I'll leave that up for you, but I just want to remind you of the questions. Has everybody got the questions? I'm taking that everybody's got the questions, and that is the case. Okay, so where are we time-wise? It's just gone 3:15. Can I give you 15 or 20 minutes. Is 15 minutes enough for you? Let's say 15 minutes, okay? So let's give us 50 minutes. So we'll come back at 3:30. Is everybody clear? Everybody clear? Yeah. Anybody not clear?
Well, I'm sort of clear, but
okay.
in a situation like that, that's something that needs to be dealt with, and a report needs to be written off and get it off to the right person. You know, like to itemize it into all those different things, you know, is that a bit of a waste of time? Because I think something like that needs to be dealt with. And
right.
You
right.
know,
the idea is Trevor,
dealt more effectively than writing out lots of different things. Write up one report and get it off to the partner organ. Well, anyway, but I can tell you that later when you ask me if you want.
That's right. So what I'm asking, Trevor, is that you actually think through what those actual issues are. Okay, right? There's a whole load of stuff in there.
Well,
you may decide that you want to report it or not, but I'd really like to try and unpick some of that, right? I don't want you writing a huge. I don't want you to write anything. Just want you to write some notes so when you come back to feedback to us, what do you think the safeguarding issues are, and what would have helped prevent, and how you should respond. Okay, so there are 3 bits to the question. What are the issues? What would have prevented it? And how do you respond now? Okay. Any other questions, folks? Okay, I'll put the case back up. Okay, and I'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay, so I'll start with Sian this time, please. What are the safeguarding issues here, Sian? So don't list them all because we want to give everybody a chance. But if you could list maybe 2 or 3 of the safeguarding issues from your point of view.
We've got the FGM, inequality with the water issue, verbal and physical abuse. Okay,
so stop there then. What's the issue on FGM for you in terms of safeguarding?
Well, values, I suppose, to some extent.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so one of the things is that so if FGM is happening pretty widespread in that community, you know, what can you do about that? Is there anything more in terms of safeguarding and safeguarding policy on that FGM issue? So it's imagine it's happening quite widely in the community, but what's the real safeguarding issue for the organization? Yeah, I suppose that's the point I'm trying to get to. Yeah.
Probably out of my depth here.
No, I don't think so. I think it's there. It's just you need to just how do you know that there is FGM taking place?
Well, it's, you know,
because somebody has said.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to point out. I did have it in my notes that it's obviously second-hand information.
Yeah, it is second-hand, but it's been shared with the journalist. But the person has said, I can't tell the organisation in case I get sacked.
Mm-hmm.
So that for me, so I can imagine a situation where FGM takes place quite widely in the wider community.
Yeah,
and it may well be that that is there's absolutely nothing that staff member can do. But the issue, real safeguarding issue for me is that they haven't felt confident enough to share or discuss that with the agency. Okay, because they've assumed that if I say that I'm going to be sacked straight away, well, you know, probably that shouldn't happen. Probably, you know, there should be some understanding of what the issues are there. So you're right to pick out the FGM thing, but for me, it's the it's this, I don't know, treating it secretly, not willing to share the information, not reporting it is the big issue for me.
And the threat of being sacked, I guess.
Yeah.
I did have that in my notes as well.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks, Sean. And then what was the inequality one you mentioned?
But the water.
Right. Okay. So is that a safeguarding issue?
They didn't have anyone. Well, I'm not sure. Again, comes back to values, doesn't it? You know, if the staff members had water, you know, had the people asked, you know, if they could have water, had they been offered any water? So it was very hot.
Yeah, absolutely. So it comes back to those values. Is it a safeguarding issue, or is it a programming issue, or whatever issue it is? It's not right that you know, the members of staff should be having their water, and you know, we've got people in need very close to them, and it goes back to my earlier point about neglect. Great, thank you very much, Sean. That's a grand start. Who's going back up through the list? Andrew? Andrew, where is Andrew?
Hi.
Andrew. There you are. Righto. So, what are you thinking about the safeguarding issues, Andrew?
Sorry, I missed some of the first part. Yeah, there are always safeguarding issues if you dig into anything, really. Well, I think there was the FGM bit. There was the issue about an inappropriate touch.
Oh, right. What do you mean? What are you on about here, Andrew?
There was something you mentioned about somebody touching somebody else, or did I get?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So what was said? Do you remember what was said?
From the story you gave, somebody's arm was. Did I hear appropriately?
Yes.
Did I hear right?
Yeah. So what we've been told is that the guard touched the woman on the arm.
Tried to touch, we were told.
Right, tried to touch her on the arm. Okay, yeah.
It depends on how she perceived that, really.
Yes.
Against somebody's arm.
Yeah. Okay, so which country are we in?
We're somewhere where there's been an earthquake.
Pakistan, yeah?
Pakistan.
In Pakistan, in the mountainous area of Pakistan. What sort of culture would we expect to get there?
Well, we will get one where there's male dominance, really.
Yeah.
And the females are not meant to do anything but to respond. Generally, that's how it works.
Yeah, so, and interaction between male and female is very strictly codified. It would be a strictly Muslim society, strictly Muslim traditional village. Now, I've personally experienced this myself. So I've made the mistake. Again, in the Kashmir Hills, in a place called Bagh, in the hills there. 2 days of traveling, absolutely exhausted. Met the female members of staff of Save the Children, quite senior staff, and did the usual thing. Hello, I'm Richard. Put my hand out to shake hand. Okay, absolute no. I was stupid, made a mistake. And of course, the program manager went, oh, she's physically step back like that. And then I thought, oh, shoot, yeah, so I did the heart gesture and apologized. And we were fine. I remembered my lesson. A couple of years later, I had a report that somebody in the same area, that our member of staff had tried to touch a woman on the arm. When we looked at that, what that really was, it was an attempt to sexually assault her. Okay, so the villagers could not find the words to say that, but they used an euphemism that was that meant it's totally inappropriate. But when we looked at it, it was actually a lot more serious than actually touching on the arm. It turned out to be actually an attempted assault. Okay, so touching on the arm can mean different things in different circumstances. Yeah. So
the fact finding comes in, because we're making an assumption here that we know what the safeguarding issues are.
Well, indeed, yeah.
Different culture. So
yeah.
It may turn out to be
something or nothing.
Absolutely. And don't forget, this is an extremist situation. They're responding to a massive earthquake. Everybody's stressed, dire situations, there's tension. So there's a lot going on from your story.
Yeah. And it is a true story. Admittedly, because I'm a bit naughty, I put a couple of my stories together, right? So hopefully we wouldn't get the whole thing in one day. Right. Oh, great. Thank you, Andrew. Sue.
I started with that there was no debriefing before the start.
Oh, right, good, yeah.
Which is it's a safeguarding issue, because without the debriefing about things like touching or whatever, greeting, then how do you know how to respond? And I guess as part of that, I felt it was probably putting the group at risk for this NGO, that they allowed this journalist to come, because she would be seen as part of their group. And that in fact, because she decided to stay afterwards, that also reflected on the group. So in terms of debriefing, I think that would have been included, that you don't allow anyone else, perhaps, I don't know how it would work, to come with you. I can see a situation where you're all getting into a car and this woman comes and says she's a journalist. She could be anybody. But I'm coming with you, I've got the okay.
Say, were you worried about leaving this journalist behind? From a safeguarding point of view?
Yes, I was worried about her staying behind at the end. Yes, because I felt that she was putting herself at risk, and maybe she had an ulterior motive, which was perhaps to have a sexual encounter with the guard or whatever.
Well, that's one possibility, but probably more likely is that we know that young journalists, if they feel there's a scoop or there's a very strong story there, they will go for it, even putting themselves at risk for that, and putting others at risk as well. So thank you very much, Sue. So the pre-departure briefing, all those issues linked with our young broadcast journalists. Great, thank you, Sue. John. So press your button, John.
Not much to add. Most of it's been covered. The water issue and waiting, I thought, it's hard to know whether that's an issue or not. Anybody who's worked certainly in Uganda gets used to the idea you wait for hours for anything to happen. It's just, you could say it's cultural, that. The water thing, have they got access to water, or is it the fact that they see these guys with bottles and that somehow, I don't know, made them feel jumpy? So I don't know. I didn't know whether that was a serious issue or not. I suppose the verbal abuse by the guard, I mean, that certainly needs to be investigated, and I don't know quite how would want to do that really, but is he a contractor to the partner organization or a member of their staff? If he's a member of their staff,
Yeah,
then there is a way in.
The organization, the potential partner organization, to protect their little aid center, have hired, subcontracted some guards locally. Yeah.
So there's an issue there about whether, if they're going to be your partner organization,
right.
What standards they're going to apply to their own subcontractors down the, because you don't want to suggest that you would tolerate that kind of abuse in a partner organization or its contractors. So I guess you would ask that to be reflected in a code of conduct for all employees and contractors, as part of the agreement if you're going to work with them. That was my thought on that, on the verbal abuse, and I think you've covered the touching issue as well as can be, really. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you, John. Thank you very much. Trevor?
All right, thanks. Well, there was countless safeguarding issues in that story. The first thing that really struck me, it's been 20 years since I've been abroad, but for about 30 years before that, I spent all my time on voluntary work, doing different things abroad. And from my experience, if a journalist tells you that, it's because they don't want to whistleblow themselves, because they could put their particular mission in jeopardy. But they only tell you things like that because they want you to say it on their behalf. And you know that well, if you've been traveling overseas and you've met journalists, you know that is how it works. I would, before I blew that whistle, I'd certainly get in contact with her superiors and try and sound out a little bit more about it before I did say anything. But it is something that should be brought up, obviously. Now, as far as the other issues there, right? If it's your agent, if it's your organisation doing those things, then obviously the people doing the various things, and the numerous of them have not been sufficiently trained. Now, if you've got a partner organisation who's doing that, then you've got no right to have appointed that partner organisation. Your organisation must have the wrong policies in place. I've actually, talking about Kashmir, there was some serious earthquake over there about 20 years ago now. No, about 18 years ago, and we partnered up to get a lot of equipment out there. Now, we partnered up for the Kashmir, for the Pakistan administered side of it. We partnered up with the Newport and Gwent Pakistani Association, because from experience, you know, going out there as a white man doing good is a negative thing, I think. You need to have the appropriate local people who understand the situation as your representatives. You know, for the other side, will you save the children then?
When? I've worked in Kashmir with Save the Children. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I partnered up with Merlin, and as you
know, Merlin. Yeah. Well, Merlin then came in to Save the Children. Yeah.
Save the Children, for some reason, stuck two fingers up and abandoned that, which is such a shame, because Merlin were probably the best organisation for partnering up with to get equipment out to help people in disasters than anyone else in the world. And of course, now that plug's been pulled. I partnered up with them for that thing we did in Nepal. but but since then it's impossible because they've ditched that side of the organisation. But there's plenty of safeguarding issues here. Understanding that things are not right and you've got the wrong partner, okay, but you're up there, right? That water distribution, right now, if it was me, I would personally talk to the people involved and explain to them what's involved and why, and try and amicably rectify it, because a lot of people don't understand what they're doing. Especially men in Pakistan, they're doing it because that's the way it's always been done. It's been handed down. But quite often, if you explain things to people, you can make them understand it a bit more. And I would rather spend another half an hour up there just talking to people to make sure that such things don't happen again.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there, Trevor, because on some safeguarding issues, right, you can diffuse them or you can rectify them at local level, and some simple, straightforward actions, as you've just explained, could actually quite easily remedy it, and that's why that one is also in. Now, the other point there as well is that these people were underneath an overhanging wall, and it is an earthquake zone. It is an area that's been affected, and there's likely to be aftershocks for several months after.
But they're not using their brain, are they?
So they are physically at danger if the only shelter is a dangerous overhanging wall, and I remember so many of that after the Haiti earthquake. So again, the provision of some water, some shelter, some safe shelter, whilst people are waiting for some of the stuff is good programming. It could be a safeguarding issue, it could be a health and safety issue, but the important thing is that somebody is addressing it. Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much, folks. So there's been a really, you picked out most, if not all, of the issues there. Let me just check with Kath. Has Kath got an additional issue?
No, I think it has been covered. I guess, my thinking was about staff and staff training. If the driver's on staff, is he aware of safeguarding issues? He's saying, "Oh, it's regular. The guy got beat up."
Are you a bit more suspicious about this beating up thing?
Oh yeah, no. It's obvious that he's being abusive. The guard is predatory and abusive, and it seems anyway. My assumption would be to want to investigate that.
Yes, yeah. So okay, and so the final point is really that this person is off on to the next visit next morning, right? And you've been sent to assess this as a partner agency. Oh, Sue, did you want to come in on something, Sue?
I did. I wanted to say that was the last thing I wrote down, was that I think it was a great shame that they went off the next day. It should have been briefing, that they stayed 2 or 3 days to address any issues.
Well, again, you see, the question is, my view would be that you really shouldn't just move on and leave things, right? Even if you are reporting them, there are some serious issues that need to be addressed there, and some of those can be addressed quite easily. Others would need more investigation, and certainly there would need some quite detailed conversations about whether or not this partnership arrangement can continue unless there's some sort of improved practice going on. Yeah. Okay.
Can I ask a couple of things?
Yes, certainly, Sian.
So one thing was, should there have been some information to the partner organisation before anybody even went out to Pakistan about things like policy and safeguarding?
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know why I've got all my emails coming through. Sorry about that, folks. It didn't happen just now. Okay. Right.
So that was one thing, and the other thing was confidentiality. I think I'm right in saying that, you know, if there is a safeguarding issue, that you can override confidentiality to report
Yeah,
it.
well, I think that the standard thing on confidentiality is that you don't keep secrets, basically, isn't it? That's the approach. Yeah. So really, there are big issues about moving on, about the partnership arrangements. Yeah. Okay, so I do apologise, folks. I've sort of thrown a lot at you there, but it is a combination of experience in Haiti and in Pakistan and another place. Andrew, final point from you, sir. You'll have to put your mic on.
It's really a question, but
Yeah.
I think Sue's point is very valid. I think from the outset, we have to be clear what our intentions are and how we go about delivering these funds.
Mm-hmm.
Halfway through the project, these issues then arise.
Yes.
Everything is up in the air, and it's so frustrating for everybody.
Yeah. So do you remember what I was banging on about Safe by Design, Andrew? Yeah.
Yes.
You know, there's the old joke, how do I get to Cardiff? I wouldn't start from here. You know, you don't want to start from this point. You should have been doing your Safe by Design.
Absolutely.
You're thinking about it beforehand.
And I think the other point I was trying to struck me was, because we're dealing with two countries, it's important to understand what the safeguarding policy is of the NGO culture in that particular country, and how to go about resolving this and highlighting it, rather than approach a British approach to the problem completely.
Absolutely. And part of the Safe by Design approach is to map and try and understand these issues before you get to a crisis. Yeah. Okay, folks. Well, that's the case. So thank you so much for that. I think you've had a really good go at that. What I'd like to say is a massive thank you for today. You've been great all day. And you know, this is only the second time we've run the webinar, so you probably helped us and in the way that we do webinars in future. So I'm very grateful for that. Now then, my understanding, Kath, is that an evaluation form will be sent to you all, right? So please give your feedback about what worked, what didn't work, what could have been improved, what any issues were for you, either in terms of the content, the presentation, or the webinar format, anything at all. That will be extremely helpful. And then the other thing to say is that Kath will be sharing material with you. And I have mentioned that extra. So there's To Serve with Pride video, and there's the stuff I sent through yesterday, Kath. So just keep an eye on Hub and check what resources they have got. But I'm going to ask Kath to wind up for us now. But from my point of view, I'd just like to say a big thank you to you all. We are living in unprecedented times, but you know, I do feel we've had a very productive day together. And what I said right at the start, I'm just so impressed by the range and the different ways in the way that people in Wales are supporting international development. It's hugely impressive. Well done, and good luck with all your work. So, Kath, I don't know if you'd like to say a few words to wind up.
Yeah, well, Richard, thank you very much. It's been a long day. Really appreciate you keeping so lively. Well done. Yeah, thank you very much. For anybody, whether you're in this course because of the WCVA grant, or whether because you're just interested in learning more about it, if you want support with implementing the issues that Richard talked about, in particularly looking at having a safeguarding policy, but also the documents around that and implementing them and helping realize them and making sure that your beneficiaries are able to communicate with you, do speak to Hub Cymru Africa. We give free support, so we're very happy to help you. Just give us an email. I can see here that Shan has just popped up with a question. Shan has said, you didn't get the names of the charities of everybody at the beginning. Would it be possible to have this information? I think what I'll do is I'll just drop out an email to all of you, and you can reply to me and say yes, you're happy to, and then if you are, I can share it. Is that okay, Shan, if we do that? Is that all right? You're on mute, Shan, so I'll hope that that's okay with you.
Yes, yeah, that's fine.
All right,
Thank
excellent.
you.
Good. And so tomorrow the email will come out with the information, and I'll ask that question for everybody to reply to, so we can share more information if you're happy for that. I think that covers it. Does it, Richard? Is there anything that I...
No, I think that's great. And so big thank you to Hub Cymru for hosting the whole event, and thank you for being with us all day, Kath. I know you had your childcare arrangements and trying to sort everything out, and we've got through it. So diolch yn fawr iawn I chi gyd, hwyl fawr, a pob lwc gyda'r gwaith. Good luck to you all, and thank you so much for the work.
Thank you.
Take care.
Welcome back.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Richard.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.